All right. So thank you guys for all being on time. And what happened last time on Dungeons and Dragons?
We killed a dragon.
We killed an
Jumping ahead.
elemental.
Wait. That's not true. Wait, I want a clarification from Plucky. Was that a dragon or an elemental?
So Plucky will respond. The wildfire dragon in Ship's Manifest is designated as dragon and elemental.
Get fucked, Morin.
Everyone's right.
And when everyone's right, no one will be.
So pulling over a map. So this is where we started last time, and there was a firefight. Sorry, I keep doing
Too literally.
So, you guys fought and defeated the elementals in primary engineering, and then what happened from there?
We were designated ship's crew.
Yep.
Because we had stabilized the power enough.
Yeah, so you'd stopped the major drain on resources, which was defend the ship's core, basically defending itself against the dragon and the elementals and all this sort of stuff that was trying to tear its way into the core. So that happened.
We proved ourselves to the ship.
And what does being crew mean for you guys?
Oh, we get all the food.
You get all the food.
The security systems on the ship are not trying to contain or kill us.
Correct. So you're not going to get attacked by any of the things that are part of the ship's defenses. You basically have permission to go more or less wherever you want on the ship. There's still some things that are that you don't have permission to access, but by and large, you're kind of given free reign of the ship. And you also are given much more detailed information about specific things on the ship, to the point of, I put in the Discord, you guys can see the different pieces of the ship, the different functions and magical items and things that are attached to the ship. Rather than having to figure out what they do by trial and error, you can just ask the ship, what does this thing do? And it'll tell you in enough ways, in enough detailed description, that you can get the compendium entry for all these different things. So if you look at the top of the Superstitions End Discord page, our Discord channel, you can see the list of what all the different things are and what they do and how they function. And if you have any questions about anything that is listed, you can just ask, and you'll get a detailed enough answer that you should be able to understand the game rules for whatever it is, rather than having to figure it out.
Yeah, and we kind of continued that conversation in the Discord. So I'm just like looking back over it, and the ship told us that crew does not have access to security or defensive or offensive armaments. So we can like be here and do stuff, but we can't use it as like a warship at this point.
Correct.
And then I think we also learned basically, like, as we get concordance with the helm, that's where we increase our designations.
Yeah, so they kind of go hand in hand. The designation as officer and captain comes with concordance from the helm, and there's other things you need to do. You guys asked a little bit about how do you do that, and other than the concordance with the helm, there was something else that was given as an explanation, right?
Well, it was that I'm looking, the Thurge. How do you pronounce that?
Thurge is correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's like the person who designates who the captain is, and they would have to designate a new captain, but they are unavailable to us.
Yes. So I'd said previously that my notes were not as easy to read for that section, as far as like looking up who the third was, because I I have his name and his titles and kind of what he's got in a completely different section, and I didn't have a link for that he was. I have all the stuff about how he's connected to the ship. I don't have that in the section of my ship's notes, or I didn't, and now I do. So I have the guy's name. So this can also test out the new formatting that I'm going to be doing for my NPCs rather than trying to do the splash screens. So I just shared the picture of the Thurge. And while he wasn't listed as a Thurge in the document where you've seen this guy's name before, you guys have seen this guy's name before. Does anyone remember who this guy is? And if you don't, it's fine because it was sort of an offhand comment. But this guy, when you saw him last time, he was listed as one of the two representatives from Sanctuary at court.
Makes sense.
So he was the one of the ambassadors.
Do I know him?
You know who he is. You do not know him personally.
And he's the owner of the ship.
So no. So he is the person that christens the ship. So he is, for the way that the Church of the Elements works, he's basically tied, in an 8-place tie for the second in command of the church. So you basically have the it's not actually called the Pope. I have to look up the name again, but the guy who's at the very head of the church. And then below him, there are 8 Thurges that are more or less the bishops that kind of control everything. Technically, the person who's the head of the church is elected by those underneath him, although in function, that's not really how it works. But yeah, so he is a very powerful member of the church. One thing that your character would also know, Morin, is that he is a very prominent anti-cleanser. So he is one of the factions that is very much against the cleanser faction inside of the church.
Okay.
Are the cleansers the ones, the
Interesting.
rebels that we dealt with?
Yes.
That was going to be my character was going to guess that was the case, but
Yeah, you guys have enough circumstantial information to know that that's what they were.
So does that mean that there's potentially 7 other equivalents of Superstitions End rocking around the place? Or is this, would we know anything about that?
I know that there are additional labs like the ones on this ship because there's been communication between the scientists here and there. I presume that they would also be on ships.
You also know that this guy's role within the church is basically dealing with outsiders. So it's more likely that it made sense for him to be the one that was basically, saying, giving the green light and being the church's representative for a research lab that was researching a bunch of things that didn't really have a whole lot to do with the church. Rather than there being like 8 of this ship, this guy's job makes the most sense that he was the one that was in charge of christening the ship and being the person who's, the power behind the throne, sort of, so to speak.
So,
When-
oh, go ahead.
When I was reading about the Fell lab, and I know that there are other labs, was there an indication of whether those labs were also on ships like this one?
You didn't know that the labs that you were a part of were on a ship like this, so
Okay, I probably wouldn't have read that.
yeah.
Okay.
So in terms of like, I guess just Genasi society, are most Genasi like fire, air, water, and do they like keep to themselves element wise, or what's that like? Morin?
No, I don't think that we don't segregate based on the elemental manifestation.
Like, were they ever segregated and now you're in like a new utopia, or it just has never been an issue?
Gary?
It's not really a thing. Um, the element is not directly tied to lineage, so
And it's like choice based partially as well, right?
yes, can sometimes be choice based. So basically, depending on your bloodline, depending on who you are and where you're from, you either are born with a certain element or you basically manifest an element during puberty. And everyone from Sanctuary are most everyone from Sanctuary is the second version, is you manifest your element during puberty, and that's where you sort of come into your own. Now that does mean that a lot of the manifestations are tied to culture, so it means that a lot of families tend to have a strong preference towards one. So, like for example, the Alnari family is almost exclusively Fire Genasi or Cinder Soul Genasi, one of the two, Fire Soul or Cinder Soul. But that's not true for all of them. And there's definitely an argument to be made for it's how they're raised and their beliefs and their sort of culture, the internal family culture that makes them lean towards fire rather than the other way around. And a lot of the lower class families, the lower caste families in Sanctuary, there's more diversity. So the sort of more noble your family, the more influential the family, the more likely it is to be mono element. So like all Fire Soul Genasis or all Cinder Soul Genasis, like the Alnaris. And then the more low caste you are, the more likely it is that a family will have like, one Fire Genasi, one air, one water, that sort of stuff.
Also, I had a question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I had a question regarding the Thurge. We asked Plucky what would happen if the Thurge died and a new one we needed to be like assigned, and we got an answer, and I don't remember what that was.
It was that the helm can give like acting commander or acting captain status if you have enough of a concordance with it.
So there was that, and then there was the idea of like, well, what happens if the Thurge isn't here? And the short answer you got was that yes, you get temporary conservatorship, but as far as there's like a permanent control of the ship, it didn't give an answer. And if you
Right.
ask in a more explicit way, it'll basically say, well, you get temporary control passes to the command helm, and then doesn't give you an answer for what happens if the Thurge is actually like completely dead.
Okay.
You get the impression that there is an answer, but the ship isn't sharing it with you.
Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. I don't want to know anyway. It's not like I want to be captain.
So since we
That would
brought that
be
up, right?
silly.
In Superstitions End, there was, if you guys want to glance over the conversation that happened there, were there any additional questions? Because again, I know the Discord conversations are, people engage with it whenever they have a certain amount of time and stuff to do that. But not everyone. I don't want to require everyone read it and do all kinds of stuff outside of game. But now, if you can, just kind of glance through. There's not a ton of stuff in there, and a lot of it's conversation about the speed of the ship and how it's going to rule that. But if you have things that you want to bring up or do from what's effectively the conversation at the end of the day, you guys have completed the stuff in engineering, you spun up to outside, and then we're trying to figure out what to do basically during your extended rest.
The one question I had, and I think I was trying to answer this question but couldn't like word it quite right, was we are crew. If we could talk with the captain, would he be able to transfer command to us, or are we not officers for them to do that?
So Plucky would say that Captain is given its own ability to designate anyone as crew and officers. So basically, if you can get the captain to designate you as crews or officers, then yeah, the captain can promote people.
Okay.
Captain could also demote people.
Also true. Crew
Mhm.
and the captain can take away crew designations. So, any other questions? Any other things from feedback from last session? There's one little thing that I do want to kind of go over last and recap, which is Morin's conversation with Al Shaib. But outside of that, does anyone have anything else other than that before we do that and then jump into session?
Well, in terms of recap, so we gave the rods to Griffel and Morin, and the rods seem to be accepting them also into our quest circle. And now they each have their own rod, and we made contact with Ayari and learned that he is in the Feywild, but he's safe, and we should beware the ones who would send us to him.
Yep. And just add that to the list of non-ominous things that you guys have heard.
Mm-hmm.
And I did actually share what's effectively going to happen during the extended rest and had a conversation with both Morin and Griffel. So we'll also do that sort of at some point, probably during the beginning of session. But that'll be after recap is over. Does anyone else have anything they wanted to bring up before I ask Morin to sort of give his recap of what happened with Al Shaib?
Are we saying that the simple dinner takes place after this conversation then?
I think the simple dinner basically takes place sort of weirdly, I guess, like partially recap, partially beginning a session. It's between session stuff. So you guys are like, this is during the extended rest is the conversation you guys were having.
Okay.
But if you want to do that during recap, like that's also fine. Like,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's anything I really need to touch on from there, but I feel like that's where a lot of conversation happened. If anybody else has anything to highlight.
yeah, because it was a good bit of conversation and people bringing things up and talking about plans for what to do next. The other thing that I might draw attention to is in the stuff, Morin did ask, I'm Pilot Griffel, perhaps you could have Plucky confirm for us. I'm curious if the computer can tell us where I was during my conversation with Al Shaib, and if we still have the thing in security, that sort of stuff. So I did answer that, but it was something that was worth sort of bringing up a little bit.
I don't see primary containment on the ship manifest.
It is not.
It's on
We
the
do-
alerts, right?
It is on the alerts. Mm-hmm.
And there's still some bound temporal intruder that we haven't figured out actually who that was. We had originally assumed it was the judge.
Correct.
But I think now we think it's Al Shaib.
I always thought it was Al Shaib. That's just me.
You thought he was a bound temporal intruder?
Yes, because he's bound and he's in a strange place and he's intruding. So
I thought you thought he was the power source of the ship.
yeah, you can be intruding and be a power source. Those are not mutually exclusive.
Definitely bound. And he definitely doesn't want to be there. So
And we did kind of have a little bit of stuff at the very end where Griffel asked the computer, asked Plucky what signals are being transmitted, and it responded, no communications currently broadcast. All outgoing signals currently under forbiddance.
What is forbiddance? I am asking.
So you get a little, so Griffel gets a little bit of the sort of humming sound that now that you've talked to the computer for a little while, I've taken into thinking that that's basically the computer thinking. And then it says, knowledge of details of forbiddance is permitted to officers and captain. And then it kind of pauses for a second, has a little background humming. However, basic understanding of forbiddance is known to crew as anti-divination.
Mm.
So we are cloaked.
In a manner of speaking, it seems. Plucky, is this something that the previous captain activated? Or is this just always in effect?
So it gets again that like humming, thinking sound. The effects of the forbiddance upon the ship are permanent. They can be canceled by acting captain, although have never been done so in the past. Currently, ships' defensive and offensive capabilities are set to alert.
Final campaign day. We turn off Forbiddance. We have our Avengers moment of people walking through the portals. It's coming. Vision into the future, Gary. It keeps happening.
So, anything else from recap or stuff, and then we'll kind of get into the extended rest stuff. Well, we'll finish off Morin's little thing. So, sounds like that's a no. So, Morin, you go into you guys all spin out of the sort of pocket universe, the pocket dimension that contains engineering in the labs, into the ships proper, and then Morin basically almost immediately disappears again, and appears with Al Shaib. So, a couple things from you, Morin. One, what is your impression of Al Shaib? What does his impression of you seem to be, and kind of what happens during that conversation?
So my initial perception of Al Shaib is I recognize that he's an elemental. He's covered in primordial writing that I understand and is like super vulgar. Um, and his bindings are really unusual. I haven't quite seen anything like them before. Because it doesn't seem it doesn't seem that he's bound to the ship or serving as a power source for the ship. Um, he's somewhat interested in me because he says, "Were you brought here for taste or for pleasure?" Which was a little concerning. And he asks me who I am, and he's like doubtful about who I tell him I am. And I guess he is somehow aware of other pacts that I have because he seems satisfied that I choose not to enter into a pact with him and break previous pacts. So he says, what was it? You would not seek to trick me. But then he starts, I guess, communing or something with this other guy whom I know, who he calls my master. And yeah, then this guy sends me back to the regular part of the ship.
Yep. So you get kind of pushed back to the regular uh, ship itself,
Mhm.
and there is this sort of understanding that everyone overheard what sounds like the beginning of a conversation between Al Shaib and someone else. And so that's where we'll begin session today. Is Morin is back. You guys have the ship for an extended rest. There's some things that need to be discussed, and that's where we're going to get going. So, yeah, Morin reappears next to everybody else. I think Filibuster has said or possibly actually gone to bed, and that's where we will start for today.
I'm
So,
in bed.
so, Morin, you said that Al Shaib called that guy your master, but Do you know that guy?
Yes. That is the man with whom I have a pact. It's more of like a commercial relationship than a master-servant relationship.
Hmm. Commercial in what sense?
Um, I want to have my original body back, not this shell. And Shadow Mantle, the man with whom I have this pact, he said that he can restore my body if I bring him some information on the elemental containment that they're doing in this lab.
Hmm.
Oh, real quick aside, I did say this to JP because he had asked directly. Do want to clarify? I did post in the Prosperity main chat the thing from Chandra. I would have, if he was still playing in the campaign, I would have given that, like, basically gone to him and like, hey, you remember this thing that you guys have talked about, and had him present it to the group in his own words. But since he's no longer in the campaign, and it was information that the group did pay for, because during the dinner at some point Chandra had previously asked for money to go and get the service done. I gave you guys the full, this is what the answer that he received from his contact at the library. So that's what that is. So back to this. Sorry, just wanted to clarify that.
And the guy in that's the author, right?
Yes. So had done a scrying on Hatterai Eloriandir, who is the author of one of the books that you guys, specifically the book on minor magical devices and things.
And for folks who weren't here, it was like when we had our dreams, one of us had a dream where we wrote in his handwriting. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So one of us was potentially him in our dream.
Yeah,
Potentially.
correct. So the specific way of writing that the Eloriandir use was something that Marcel and Chandra could both recognize, because it is something that is kind of like if you open up if you open up something to read, and the beginning of the thing you're reading, it starts off with the word abstract and then gives you a paragraph of information. You know you're reading like some sort of technical or research paper, something like that. That's the same sort of stylized like markers that Chandra and Marcel were able to recognize when I'm almost positive it was Drock.
Yeah. When
Yeah.
I awoke, I wrote something out, and it was his writing style and language.
Right. So that is the person that you guys had the scrying done on.
Okay. And so we learned that he is somewhere. I'm looking. Small town in the Reach. Marked on the map. Okay.
So the equivalent of marking on the map would mark of Emmett's Rest is where
Okay.
Hatterai is.
Cool.
I could share the shitty version of the map that here's Emmett's Rest. Also, the if you use your drawing tool on this map, the sort of the arrow tool, right? The map should be correctly sized. So if you see how the distance of things on the map, that is the correct distance.
Oh, that's cool.
So yes, so Morin says this is a person that I know, that I work with.
I do not know how he was able to communicate with Al Shaib, though.
So how did you come to meet this guy, Morin?
I traveled to the Shadowfell to bind an elemental to myself. And it turns out the elemental belongs to him. And I was partially successful in binding the elemental to me. And I am repaying my debt for essentially breaking this elemental that was under his control. And repaying the debt of taking the elemental and then earning the ability of Shadow Mantle to restore my body.
So you were trying to bind the elemental because you were already dead or dying?
No, the process of binding elemental is what killed me.
Gotcha.
And yes, if it's the wrong version of the map, I can fix that later. But even the wrong version has okay. I don't know, because I feel like you're right. Well, let me. So the key will be wrong, and I'll fix the key, but make sure that the things are correct. 25, right? Let's see if I can fix the actual scale on the map. Yeah, all right, so that's correct. Sorry. Yes.
How do you draw the arrows again? I always forget.
On the left-hand side, there's the little like circle with a ruler on it.
Yeah.
And so I'll put the correct scaled map up here, but the key is going to be wrong, but the actual arrows and stuff will be the correct distances.
Okay.
The square is 25.
Square is 25, yeah.
Okay.
Not 50. All right. Anything else that you guys want to ask Morin about his work business partner or other sorts of things before we get into extended rest territory?
Okay, so what's his name?
Lord Shadow Mantle.
Shadow Mantle. Okay, so Shadow Mantle made a deal with you to basically like sell corporate secrets about this lab.
Yeah.
And then now we're finding that he knows Al-Shaib, who is an elemental bound in some way to this lab.
Yes. So my suspicion is whatever has bound Al-Shaib here has also kept him pretty well hidden.
Mhm.
I don't know what the nature of their two relationship is. But I'm guessing that the nature of my pact with Shadow Mantle, when Al-Shaib brought me into his chamber or his area, Shadow Mantle was able to feel it.
That makes sense.
Now, this is me going to be asking the players. It's again fine if you guys don't remember things, but does the name Shadow Mantle sound familiar at all?
I don't feel like it does off the top of my head.
Okay.
What was the name of the bound elemental in the court, Gary?
Bound elemental in the court.
Or not bound entity in the court. Sorry, entity is the word.
The entity?
Oh yeah, you're right. It's called the.
It was not.
Oh,
It was specifically not named. Now there was a name for the creature. However, do you remember when you asked for the name from your Ulink from Skrit? Do you remember what Skrit gave you as a response? His response was very specific when you asked him to give the name.
We can't tell you
Why?
because the vampires said so.
No, that's not why.
Oh, wait, I have it written down. That's how I'll find it. Where is it?
It was because the vampires was basically because of a rule for the vampires. But when you asked Skrit to name the entity, what Skrit said was you knowing the name, telling you the name of the entity would be considered causing harm to you. And that would be an action unbecoming of a host. So because you guys were guests of the court, and because Skrit was basically acting on behalf of the host, he said telling you this name would cause you harm. And
the psionic representation of their name would cause you pain, which would violate the hospitality of my master as your host.
Exactly.
The entity attempted to disturb High Court of 845, which was captured until the malediction would be performed.
Does this entity look anything like the entity in Lab 2?
Oh, wait, he didn't tell me he couldn't give it to me. He just told me that he shouldn't.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
for Skrit, that's the same thing, but yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't that I don't have the answer. It's I cannot
Man.
give you this answer.
Filibuster is way too much of a yes man. That fucker.
So the answer, Morin, is that they did not get a physical description of what the entity looked like. So they don't really have an answer to that.
Oh, they didn't see it.
Yeah. This
Okay.
is something they had basically access to a
Historical database of past court happenings.
yes. They had access to a golem that could give them information, and they asked for a certain piece of information from the golem. Also, yeah, you guys can write on the map however you so choose, whatever markers and stuff you want to put. You had asked previously about the locations on the map that you saw in your dream, Drock, and
Yeah.
more or less the markers in the dream is everything that is south of Fengate and Three Trees. There's a couple markers around Lake Obai, but it's mostly just the area of the fens with a little more markers that are up near the Stormhorns and just south of the ruins of Tirek. So basically that whole region has markers in it, about a dozen of them.
Okay.
And the only reason I don't want to put them on the map is that it would make it look kind of cluttered.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And we only had general areas anyway. And then based on the conversation we had, the dinner conversation, my dream took place in Emot's Rest, but there was something in my dream about Three Trees. That was a prominent concept. And then someone else's dream was up off the coast, and we figured Wormhole might be a good place to start as well. Were any other dreams very good at giving locations?
So if we're gonna do dream stuff, I do want to fast forward a little bit to the next morning.
Hang on
Because
one sec. Sorry.
No, go
Before we
ahead.
do that, yeah. So I'm looking at my notes. I think so. The first time that we met Al Shaib, as we were leaving him, he like sent us away, and he called out to someone named Clotho.
Mm-hmm.
Plotho?
Does that mean anything to you, Morin?
Is it primordial?
I don't know. I think he said, Clotho, good to see you.
I thought Clotho was the name of the Winter Queen.
No, that's Eastavir.
But I thought
Right?
Clotho might have been a different name for her.
Hang on, I'm looking at Morin sheet real quick. So Morin, the name doesn't sound like anything that you're familiar with.
Okay. I don't recognize that name.
Okay. But at least that means that, so we know that Al Shaib gets visitors besides us. And
Correct.
yeah.
Who was with you when he said that?
At that time, so it would have been Philly and I, and then,
Vertak was with us.
yeah, Omen, probably. A bunch of people.
No, it was just
were-
us three in that scene specifically.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Omen had already left, and Aari was not there that day, I think. Or
Oh, that's right. He was like in that other area.
Mm-hmm.
yes, he was under fighting the little
It's-
imp thingies, and we
Yeah.
fixed the thing in the captain's room, and us three got sucked in to talk to him.
That's
Yes.
right.
Omen was still a member of the group at that point, but was not in the same region because he was on the main part of the ship trying to deal with the ice orbs. Which you guys now understand is the fire suppression system.
Mhm.
Bro, that day was a mess.
So Anything else before I want to do like because in character you guys are exhausted. Like you guys have had a long day, had a lot of fighting, had a lot of crazy stuff go on. Going to sleep for 8 hours and waking up in the morning to be able to make more decisions is probably a good idea. And also, if we're going to talk about dreams and plans, I do want to sort of fast forward enough so that the last two dreams in the group can actually be can be expressed. So,
Yeah.
anything else before the extended rest?
I'm good with the long rest.
Sounds good.
All right. So, for some
Quick
reason-
question: the death fails. When do those go away again?
Now. So, extended rest. Weirdly, I don't have my markers on here. Okay, I do have this one marked here. Okay. So, you guys take an extended rest. You wake up in the morning. Kind of, I imagine everyone gathers around one of the feast tables and has an excellent morning meal. And I do want to kind of turn it over towards Griffel and or Morin, as you guys will have the most recent experience with one of these dreams. One of you two can kind of take the lead as far as like, what would your character do coming into breakfast after having that experience?
You want to go, Marin, or shall
Go ahead.
I? Sorry, did you want me to like describe the dream that I had for people, or?
It's up to you. So some people have given descriptions of their dream in more detail. Some people have just given like a couple of notes from their dream. Basically, the only thing that I don't want you to do is
Straight
like
copy paste it.
like copy paste
Yeah.
the dream. So however you think your character would express this dream is fine.
Okay. So the main thing that came out of it is when I woke up from it, the first thing I did was like, yeah, yeet this fucking thing as far away from me as possible. And then I picked it back up and I broke it in half over my knee.
Your rod?
What?
Yeah. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Maybe we should have warned Griffel of what might have happened.
Yeah, maybe
should
you
have.
should have.
Wait, did you actually break it?
Yes.
Yo, that's cool.
Yep.
Then what happened?
So then I put it back on the table and it started fixing itself.
Whew.
And at that point, Griff was just going to storm out and find everybody else, wherever everybody else is, but particularly one who gave me this thing in the first place. And is just going to like advance menacingly, but not overtly threateningly, and be like, "What did you do to me?"
I will
That was
look at
very
her
threatening.
wide-eyed.
If
Did
you
you-
don't resist, I'm gonna take you and show you this thing slowly mending itself on my table.
Yeah, I'll follow you.
So each of the little bits, it's each of the little bits so it's in two halves, but they're like sort of jagged two halves, but there's no splintering or anything. But like when you look inside, like if you look at at the break, there's what appears to be like kind of red spongy mush in the middle. And I will just like straight up tell you it's bone marrow. This is a living bone. How is this possible? Why is it in my head?
Whose bone?
Wait, you know who's bone? Oh, sorry, that's out of character.
How should I know?
So I take it you maybe had a bad dream last night?
I was pregnant or something, giving birth, and I had a husband, and he was trying to help. There was, oh, it was awful. I think I died at the end, but I wasn't me, obviously. But I don't understand any of it. I was pregnant and giving birth, and some kind of wraith showed up.
Wraith.
This is just. Look. Whatever the equivalent of Looney Tunes is in this world, I can deal with your Looney Tune antics, all right? I can deal with, running to and fro, all messy and everything. I can do that. What I can't deal with is you guys messing with my mind.
I mean, we're not doing it. And maybe it's
Griffle just
comforting.
gives you the, death stare.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, most of us died. I peed myself, so you know,
Okay,
don't go spreading that around. But
okay. Cooler heads prevail. Cooler heads prevail. Okay. Where did you find these rods? And at this point, I'm gonna go bring everybody else into the conversation if they, if they didn't, if they weren't with one or being dragged along back to my room. I'll go into the mess area and have this conversation.
Yeah, I figured I was gonna follow at a slight distance to be backup but not get in the way because I don't want to be cannon fodder.
They're watching from the door. Are you going to bring the rod with you into the
Oh
common area?
yeah. I'll show everybody. I'll try and keep them separated so I can show everybody the bone marrow.
Okay, so it does still seem to be, mending itself, but it's a slow process. So this is something that, it's not going to happen in a couple of minutes. Like this is going to be a
Yeah.
pretty significant amount of time being left alone. It's not hard to keep them apart.
Me just being tempted to put them in separate boxes.
so and we would have done the basic fill-in at this point, right? Or have we not really had time for that? Sorry, I'm forgetting.
I don't think we have.
I
Nope.
think that was part of the goal.
That was the beginning of handing them. Okay, all right. So, recently, we were tasked with investigating this other plane by Andasong, and we found these rods there. They were given to us by an angel, and they helped us get home. So, probably a good thing. I'm gonna look up at Griffle, a little please don't kill me.
Yeah. So now that we're talking, Griffle seems a lot more calm. It was you can sort of tell it was more the initial shock of what the heck is going on in my head.
Sure.
And yeah, it's also pretty obvious that Griffle wouldn't have actually done any harm to you unless
Yeah.
you were actually hostile.
I'll glance at Philly, help me out here.
Sleep.
Oh, you're still asleep? Okay.
I mean, it's the morning.
We're saying it's over now? Okay.
Yeah. So this is the morning, right? So this is the extended rest has happened. You guys have all come out of the crew quarters into the main living area, and there is this one of the feast tables, one of the big crew tables is there. You guys are able to just summon up breakfast, and then Morin and Griffle are going to be coming into the central area after experiencing their dreams and having that bit of a scene.
So these rods are causing all of us to dream then.
Yes.
Are we all dreaming about the Reach?
It's more of a question of, is this a dream of the past or of the future? And we've gotten some hints that it's more likely the future. And it
Sure.
seems that they're all in the Reach area.
Yeah, we've done some research. It seems like we're mostly orcs or live in a community of orcs, and there's a lot of fishing involved, rivers, water. So we figured we're in the Reach after some research.
And my dream had a map that was clearly the Reach.
Okay.
And yeah, in Drock's dream, when he woke up, he wrote down a couple paragraphs in, what is it? Orcish giant? Orcish
That's
giant?
yeah. I did the same thing.
Oh.
I think Trox was not in Giant.
I'm trying to
Oh.
remember what mine was.
Trox was
Mine-
in Elf
Oh, his was
specifically,
Elven. Yeah.
because that's how
his-
you recognize the writer.
But wait, so is Hatterai's an elf? Okay.
Hatterai's an elf, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Well, not specifically an Eladrin, not an elf, but yes.
Okay.
An important distinction, as close to the Reach is to Endeavor.
So my dream took place on the North Sea, the coast of the North Sea. And I was a human, but I was married to an orc. And I think I was living in like a self-imposed exile somewhere close enough to Wormhole that I occasionally go there, but generally just living on my own on the coast with my wife and son.
And what happened in your dream?
There are leviathans out in
Mhm.
the water that are driving fish onto shore, and so my family is collecting the fish to sell. And an electric dragon beaches and kills presumably myself as well, but the rest of my family.
Just how much have you guys speculated about this? Like the fact that you were given these by an angel and that everybody's vision ends with us dying.
Quite a bit.
I didn't die in mine.
Oh. Are you sure?
Fine, speculate.
Yeah. So again, since Blake isn't here today, so Sil will peek up and say that he's pretty sure he didn't die at the end of his vision as well. There was some death in the vision, but he doesn't think he died or he killed his wife.
Wait, have we considered that we were all the same person and that this is different possibilities?
Or that we're all the same person and this is different lifetimes of the same soul?
That's
Well,
too
I think
existential for me.
I thought we kind of were able to triangulate the time as being pretty current.
Yeah, it does seem pretty current. So the dreams and stuff that you guys have kind of worked at a little bit so far, you've been able to see that it does seem somewhat current. Now, there is one thing that I will, as the sort of DM, remind you of. You guys did have another dreamlike experience as a group that wasn't one of these visions that did act a little differently. Do you remember what that was? You guys had it right before going to court. Well, in the middle of the court section, but going to court one day, you guys woke up and there was something wrong with you.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember we were like drained. Oh, and was that why Aegis told us that he thought these were visions of the future? Because it's like when you time travel in your dream, something saps your energy. I'm definitely half remembering.
It's fine. I'm gonna kind of leave it at that because that makes sense in character.
There's definitely something where like someone we talked to, either on or Aegis, someone who knows about this kind of stuff, was surprised that we were having these potentially prophetic dreams and we were not like waking up exhausted, because that supposedly takes a lot out of you. But then when we were at court, we did have a dream that did take a lot out of us.
And the person is Aegis. So Aegis asked you all at one point before you had the dream that made you exhausted. He asked you how you felt when you woke up, and then later explained that if you are having visions or prophecies or things like that that take place in drastically different times than yourself, that there is a strong disconnect of the soul from the body, and that the way that manifests is that you tend to be really drained when you wake up. You're very exhausted. You have a hard time connecting. And when you all had the dream during court, when you woke up, you were in that sort of the locked in syndrome, right? Your consciousness was in your body, but you couldn't move, and it took a long time to sort of claw your way back towards consciousness.
I feel like our characters would remember this better.
You guys, that part you definitely remember, right? The clawing yourself towards consciousness and the fear and the sort of cold sweat that you wake up of pulling yourselves out of that thing. But the dream itself was really vague, and you didn't have this few minutes of sort of lucid remembering when you woke up. So I did in session, I did go over it fairly quickly, and one of the reasons is because unlike the other visions, the time period that you had to be able to readjust, where you could sort of remember what happened in your vision, you spent that time trying to move your body and trying to actually physically get up to do anything with that sort of terror of waking up paralyzed. So if your characters have this really vague recollection of having a bunch of different hands and holding on to staves or spears or rods or holding on to something and having this voice sort of snarl at you while you were holding the rod or spear or staff or whatever it was, different implements. And then that's most of what you remember is this feeling of malice of this voice talking to you, of recognizing you looking in on it, and then the exhaustion of trying to wake up afterwards. So that one's sort of the outlier, but every other vision you guys have had has been this more detailed version that doesn't have a physical effect on you when you wake. So, yeah, so it does seem like a lot of the things are in the reach. So that's most of what's been discussed. Scriffle is that.
Yeah, there was one bit of text, I think it was in one's dream, that we got Renata, is it? The translator, to kind of research, what time frame she thought it was, and she figured it was from one Dragonborn family that was likely still alive, I think. But it could have been said basically in the past or present because it is A, I think part of a ritual, and B, kind of not normal conversation. So it was a phrase or something that didn't really help pinpoint the time frame, except that it was still kind of current.
Mm-hmm.
And then just kind of more info. My dream, yeah, there was. So I was Hadrite, I believe, and I was feeling like melancholy, partially because of the drink that I don't remember the name of. But basically, I was looking at a map at keystones, waystones, I always forget what we called them, that I was trying to place to do something, but I wasn't quite sure what, to protect the area or something. And I was hoping if what I had done would be enough. So there was something going on that he was trying to stop or avert or something.
Yeah, and I do want to say that there was one other thing that you guys had a different language. It was from Filibuster's dream. Do you guys remember doing things when you woke up and tried to figure out what that meant? Phil, do you remember this?
I don't recall there being a different language.
Okay.
In my dream. Nope. I recall what happened.
So there is a little section in a different language in your dream.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what language it was. It was like when the lady like stabs me in the back or something.
Well, it was
Or maybe I said it.
So it was said to you in the dream, but it was clearly in a language. So one of the things about the dream that you guys figured out is that while you're in the head of whoever it is, you understand what languages they understand, right? So the orcs, when they're speaking in giant. Even if you don't know giant, you still understand everything that's happening. Whereas there was a couple of things from different dreams where there was something said in a different language that it's clear that the people in the dream didn't know that language, and so it was left more or less untranslated in your vision.
Sorry, I'm looking back at it.
That's fine. Because you got Renata to basically say, all right, this one thing is from a ritual, so it's kind of hard to place. And then this other thing, she's like, you can't just give me a random sentence. Like you have to give me way more context. She basically just told you no.
Yeah. Am I allowed to say what it says?
Yeah. I mean, your character would remember the phrase.
Min yet kal be al lalsafi. And I remember Renata telling me kind of what it meant, but not really.
So this is a question to the group, because you know how I do languages. What language was he just speaking?
That was primordial.
Primordial, I think.
Oh,
Yes.
so I understand it.
So because you know the language and that sort of stuff, what I want to do is, can you give me whatever you would think is appropriate, either a streetwise or a history check? Because it's clearly someone who doesn't know, because Filibuster doesn't know primordial, so he is trying to sound out like a sentence that he heard. So he's going to be mispronouncing things, and it's going to be kind of how well you can be like, okay, I know what maybe what he's trying to say, but since he doesn't know the language, there's going to be a sort of an extra level of difficulty of understanding him.
Okay. I'll do a streetwise check.
Okay. And it's an open roll because you're going to know if you succeed or fail. So streetwise of 11, we are. So the main thing that you'll get is the fact that the way he's phrased things, there's a title in there of some kind, and it's supposed to be a question. So you don't understand the title that he's trying to explain, but you do understand it's a question, and it's a who question. So the sentence is something like, who something does this, and it's like identify yourself, basically. Now it's a little bit more of a formal phrasing, you think, but again, it's too difficult with someone who doesn't speak the language heard it and is trying to tell you third hand what's being said.
So I think Renata, I'm just looking at my notes, said it was something like who is under the lightning, but it might also mean like who presents himself.
Yeah, so she said something like that, but again, she's like, I need a lot more context to understand. So what I would say is, with that extra information that they have from Renata, do you want to give me a history check? History or religion, one of the two.
Gonna be religion.
The DM's gonna put stuff up. Where is my secondary translation? So Alausi is how it would be said normally, or how it would be said presently. So let's do hush alarm. All right. So So this was what you think he was trying to say. Wow, that didn't work at all. Hang on. Trying to copy paste. Copy paste. Not working. Copy. There we go. So the first thing is what you think he's trying to say. The second thing is kind of how it would be said more normally. And Alasi means the storm, but it's said in a very old, very formalized way.
Lassie
So-
means storm.
Yes, Alasi means the storm. Like if you were going to say Alasi Kansir would be Alasi Kansahir would be the storm comes tonight. Like the storm will, it will hit landfall tonight or something along those lines. So this is someone that said that used like a very sort of old way of saying storm or something like it, or very formalized way of saying storm. Like maybe if there was like an official decree of a storm, they would use this sort of maybe if there was like a warning that there was a powerful storm coming or something like that. Maybe they might use this, but even then, it's a sort of it's a very weird way to phrase it.
Okay.
So
And
one
then-
thing that oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, sorry. Well, so one thing that we researched, like from Drax's dream, that drink he was talking about, Stormhorn Ale, and it's like made with grapes that have been watered by like a magical storm, and it like makes you sad, and then makes you
Stormhorn
manic.
Gold.
Yeah. So like, and in researching the Stormhorn Ale, we found that there were like 3 or 4 different vintages. So like these storms are like every maybe like 50 to 100 years, it felt like, or maybe even like they're not super common, but they're like these magical storms that happen on the Reach. And I think with like enough of our dreams involved Leviathan getting kind of crazy, so it seems like the storms and the Leviathan.
Well, that's what I was just
tied
thinking.
together.
Because wasn't there Morin said a storm dragon in his dream that ended up killing
Yeah.
him? What if that's the storm that's being referred to in the phrase?
So
Maybe.
in my dream, there is a like rain and black clouds.
I think we've
occurring.
all had a storm in our dream, right?
Okay.
Like it's
The dragon was a blue dragon.
okay. So I would think that our dreams from these rods of prophecy are telling us that a storm is coming to the Reach that is going to be bad news. And this Hatterai guy, we researched him, and he's like a scholar of minor magical items.
So, real quick, I finally figured out what I wanted to say when I was talking about the phrasing of things. So I want to do that real quick. Is imagine if you ask someone like what the weather's going to be tonight, and they said, "Oh, it's going to rain tonight." That would be a normal conversation. And if you ask someone, "Well, what's the weather going to be like tonight?" and they said, "Tonight there will be a tempest," you understand the words that they're saying, but nobody talks like that. That's the thing I was trying to get across. Sorry.
Okay.
Go back to the question. Go ahead, one.
I feel that this confirms my suspicions.
And in what context was this phrase used?
So that was in Philly's dream.
Yeah, it's a question for Phil, not me. Phil.
Sorry, my mic's muted. I'm here. I'm referring. My character is standing in front of the mounds at Three Trees. I'm like a chieftain, and I just speak it out as I'm standing there, and then I get attacked and I die. My arm gets blown off. It's like storming very badly. I walk up to the Three Trees like mounds, like the actual site of Three Trees, I guess.
Mhm.
I don't have that context. I say the thing.
Were you also an orc?
I get a sense of dread, and my body is green. Let's say I don't know what race I am.
Gray, green, but yes.
Yeah, I'm a green boy. Uh, and then as soon as I say that, I get a sense of dread, and then I die. That's basically what happens.
So he basically those
Huh.
words get spoken to him, then bad shit happens and he dies.
Interesting. And he specifically said Al Lil Safi.
I said the whole phrase that I said.
Yeah. So the full phrase is, I'll just put it in here real quick. Do. So the thing that you got was, and from your religion check of 19, in say if you go to like church, and they might do things like something like confirmation of your faith. The priest might say something like yet called Dashaid. And so be Dashaid is the like priest. So it would be, who are you presenting to the priest? And then the formal response would be, I am presenting myself as, you'd say your name or, who you are, I'm the son of this noble house or whatever. And then the priest would then kind of use that as a like, oh, we're confirming your identity before continuing on with the ceremony. So it's not the way you would normally ask questions in society, but it's not so far off that you wouldn't understand what it's saying.
So this is who are you presenting to the storm?
More or less, yeah.
Okay.
Although the way that you are noticing it is the way that it's structured, like that way that last part is structured, and what would be the only instance that you really hear this phrase would be the priest. So it would be a person rather than a thing. It doesn't have to be a person, but it's the only way that you've had that had this phrase said to you or said around you in the past is the specific instance of the priest saying, who are you presenting before me?
Okay.
So I'm
Huh.
going back through notes, and from Renata's research, so she was helping us translate the giant speech that we got when we were in Celestia. She referenced Sight Killer, and I think we thought that was like the big bad guy and was also Leviathan deity. So one at least thinks that that's like this Leviathan is in some way related to the prophecy that the angel gave us, which I guess tracks with why the rods would be showing us this.
What prophecy the angels gave you?
I'm trying to or wait, there were two things, right? So there was a prophecy the angel gave us, and then there was the the passage in Giant that we brought back.
Mm-hmm.
So this was the passage in Giant that we brought back.
Correct. So I prompt you for that because would that be something you would share? Because you guys have not shared that with very many people. So the
Uh,
is to the group is would you share that?
100%. Yeah, I think because the rods are
I
affecting these
did
guys, I
I
feel like
did
they're in our
ask what the
circle.
prophecy was last session, and you laughed and said it was something bad.
Well, now you've had these dreams, so seems like you're in it. And
I pasted it in there. It's in one of the handouts you guys have. But rather
is
than
it?
having
But it's not what's at the bottom of the angel speech, right?
it
Or
It
is
is.
is.
it
Mm-hmm.
the through rain and storm?
Mm-hmm.
Through rain and storm. What?
No, that's a different thing.
So I think at the bottom of the angel speech is the thing I just posted.
Hang
Oh yeah,
on.
it is. Right, sorry. I'm through rain and storm, summer light doth shine. Yes, that is the prophecy from the angel.
Yeah, but where's the thing from the giant in giant that Renata translated?
So it's in. So the full translation is in the Discord for Scrit, and it's kind of long, and it has all the context stuff with it. So if you let me go ahead and just. pin
Oh
this
yeah,
message.
yeah. I see it. Okay.
So I pinned it as the message. It's not that far up if you want to look at it real quick. But it's once more through the breach with broken teeth bared to spit blood in Sight Killer's eyes on the day of revelation.
Yeah, and so we learned that Sight Killer is probably a Leviathan deity. And perhaps this day of revelation is upon us. Friends?
So you're thinking that the storm that's going to break on the Reach is the Leviathans, or specifically this Leviathan god
Returning,
returning.
maybe. So
Oh,
in my dream, I was a sailor, and we had a beacon on our ship. I'll look over at Griffle, talking ship stuff. And I knew that the beacon would protect us from the Leviathan, but then all of these Leviathans started coming too close to us, and I was very afraid because I thought that was not supposed to happen. And then the Leviathan completely swarmed, like more than I had ever seen, and came and killed us.
Griffle, I don't know. Like jokes aside, I don't know what you're referring to yet. So but do you mean? I gotcha. Cool. I took a second and look at. I see you, and yes. So there is definitely stuff drawn from that, and it is. If you guys have not read the Wheel of Time, there's a Wheel of Time reference in the giant's speech.
I think I just read that.
So you guys share this information. There's the giant speech, and then there is the prophecy given by the angel. What to do here? So you guys are still gathered around the table, somewhat eating, somewhat talking. You guys do have this like a physical copy of this map of the Reach. You guys had asked about that, and I'd said yes, you can have it. And if I ever have a physical map of the Reach, that is the one that you guys have. So you all have this map that you could like roll out on the table to talk about in front of you.
Was the map given to us? I thought you said we were gonna get it when we got to the Reach. Am I?
So I'm saying you guys as players will have a copy of this map as players before you make it to the Reach, because I, as the DM, is going to force myself to give this to you. But in character, you get it immediately because there's not going to be there's no reason for there to be a delay in character.
Sure.
Do I have an indication from my dream of where it might have been? I don't think I got any contextual clues like that.
You did. You got, well, not necessarily where it has to be, but when you in the dream refer to your husband, that's the part.
Oh, he's got a title or something that gives me. Hang on.
Also, what race are you and your husband?
I don't think that was indicated.
But you would know that you're human.
Okay. Human.
Like it wasn't something that she thought about, but she does think about being the same race as her husband, and you get to see you have the visual of what her husband looked like. So
Okay, yeah.
So we have human, orc, Eladrin, kind of a bit of everything.
Just trying to find what my husband's title was.
So he has an informal title and a formal title that I think gets talked about. What other people jokingly call him and what his actual title is. And if you want, I can look at it real quick and see exactly what it's phrased at, because I know where it is in the.
Oh, here we go. Hang on. Lord of the Stone Tree.
So Lord of the Stone Tree, which in character you guys have had a lot of research done on the different peoples of the Reach, and you would be able to recognize that Lord Stone Tree is one of the 3 lords of 3 trees. And she also says, she thinks about him. The others call him Lord Stoneface.
Lord Stoneface of 3 trees. Yep. Just found it. Sorry, in order to read it, I have to pull it into an actual word processor and bump the size up quite a bit. So it took me a little bit to get that sorted.
It's all good.
So before we even decide where we want to go, we should tell On that we're going to head to the Reach instead of coming back to court. Should we figure out what needs to be said to her and if we want to ask her anything and get that over and done with?
I don't think. I do think that your concerns about showing up to court with this ship are very valid. Thieving vampires do tend to take things that aren't theirs. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud?
So you guys have a sending stone that you can send back. Although I will say your characters know that the sending stone goes to someone goes to one of the people that works for On. It doesn't go to her directly. Although she could technically have it with her, but the impression that you get is that you're going to speak to someone who will deliver a message rather than speaking to her directly.
I mean, I think maybe just send that we have recovered our mode of transport and we're headed to the Reach. And we'll check in with her later. She didn't seem like super concerned with what we did.
So one thing that I do want to make sure is very clear to your characters that might not have been as clear to your players is that when you're in On's presence and she asks you to do something, there is not necessarily an implied threat behind it, but someone who has a ton of power that is used to getting their way. And so when she says, I'm going to give you some money and some materials and, some basic equipment so you don't make an idiot of yourself, you should go to the Reach and figure out what's going on over there for me. I'm doing other things over here. It's a lot less casual than that. Like here's 50,000 gold worth of supplies. I'm going to go do this other thing. You should go over there and find an answer to this. There's a pretty strong lean towards it being a command rather than a request. Now, granted, whether you choose to ignore that or not is perfectly fine. Just making sure it's clear in character that would be your all's perception of her request that you go to the Reach.
Yeah, for sure. But she didn't really seem to care if we came back or not, I guess.
Yeah, there was definitely an assumption that if you find something, you're going to tell her, but not immediately go back.
Right.
Oh, I thought we had told her we were going to come back. her or Aegis. I forget who, but I thought we said we'd come straight back after we got our ship.
I think we did, but I don't think she really cared either way.
So another thing that, again, if you guys had a world map and I was a better DM, would be obvious is the fact that from where your ship is located to get to the Reach, the Baronies is in the middle of those two places. So like, if this was a normal ship, you would have to fly basically through the Barony to get in a straight shot from the mountains by Saber Pass where the ship is to the Reach. So it's not as it's not like, oh, before you go anywhere, make sure you stop by this other place. It's like, well, if we take you to your airship, in order to fly to the Reach, you're going to be flying past the library. So, stop in and tell us what's going on and keep going. And also the distances of places. If you've got a ship, it's sort of assumed that it's going to take you like a week to travel to the Reach from Saber Pass. So again, the understanding here is that if everyone in the situation assumes you have a normal ass airship, the fact that you would fly a couple of days to get to the Baronies, then stop in the Baronies, and then fly another couple of days to get to the Reach seems like a normal trip to take.
Good point. That being said, we've fixed most of the power drain on the ship, but there were still some things on the ship that we could do. Are we wanting to go straight to the Reach or finish up on the ship first? Because if everyone's assuming we won't be in the Reach till later, going straight there might give things away as well.
Okay, so looking back at my correct notes, so it's basically the assumption is, if we've got a normal airship, 2 days to get day and a half to get to the Barony, and then 2.5 days or so to get to the Reach. So roughly 4 days for a normal airship. Your ship would take you about 2 days to get there at max speed.
Is that including the penalty for not having enough crew?
Yeah, so that's at the current speed that you guys can fly. The current max speed, it'd be 2 days away.
If we don't jump.
Yes, assuming you don't use the plane shift. If you use the plane shift, it'll be like 5 minutes.
So, Drock, are you suggesting we should send to On our new plan and spend a couple days fixing the ship and then go to the Reach?
Even if we went straight to the Reach right now, we just would want to be cognizant of not telling people we made it there so quickly.
For sure.
But it's more, to the group. I know there was still a lot to do on the ship still. I know Morin wanted to look around the labs a bit more. There could be beneficial things on the ship to help. Or we go straight to the Reach and start investigating there because, we have at least three locations to check out, no idea where to start. So we could spend more time there and, have more time in the Reach or work on the ship. I don't know. Too many unknowns and never knowing what I'm doing in this game.
Real quick, I do want to say, just so you guys have an understanding that, again, how I'm going to be playing it as DM, that your characters would have some sort of grasp of this as well. If you go into every city like the way that you guys approach the Centaur Village, that's going to be very easy to track. Like, you're going to be gathering a lot of attention to yourself if you do that. I'm not saying you can't do it, just be aware that it's going to be getting a lot of attention. So if the goal at some point is to fly under the radar, so to speak, just keep in mind that flying directly into town on the airship is going to be noticeable if anyone is there to look.
Oh yeah, we definitely have to park in the mountains nearby, right?
Probably. Or maybe this ship has like a cloaking feature. Griffle?
Hey. Well, it does, but it's only like 10 minutes. So it wouldn't get us far, and it wouldn't last very long.
So yeah, right now it seems like your options are, well, one, at some point there doesn't seem to be any opposition to. You're going to tell on something once you guys have a plan. So that's going to be a thing at some point. Now the plan's going to be like, what do you guys want to do with the ship and the reach? Is this going to be? It seems like the options on the table are either stay here, fix as much stuff with the ship, and take as much time as you can, and then plane shift or fly to the reach, or go to the reach first and deal with stuff in the reach, like deal with stuff on the ship while the ship is in the reach. Or option 3 is you have some stuff on the ship, but the ship's basically okay. Okay for the moment, and the stuff in the reach might be more pressing. So go directly to the reach, deal with stuff in the reach first, and then deal with stuff for the ship later. What are people's opinions on those options?
Just a quick question before we give opinions that might like bias us towards one decision or another is so based on the energy recovery that you gave me in the Superstitions End handout, I've like estimated that we recovered 7% more energy like since the previous day. So we were at 18%, and then based on what we fixed yesterday and the like energy consumption of the ship, we should have gone. So we were 18%. We should have gone up to like.
So
excuse me.
So
we should have gone up by 7.
You're still at 1% recovery. So there's the damage and secondary engineering, which was discussed about, and basically you guys have enough equipment and knowledge and stuff to be able to fix that with a day of downtime. So if you take a day and what you do for that day is fix all of the damage in secondary engineering, that would remove that loss to the ship. So you've not done that
right
yet. So right now,
so we've actually only gained 1, so we're at 19% then.
Yes, and I will update the handout to make that. The current energy level is 19.
And that seems like a big jump for a day. I think it makes sense to spend a day fixing engineering.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and if it keeps us out of the reach and puts us more under the radar because of normal travel times, I think that might be wise.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that I wanted to ask is the speed on the handout up to date?
No, the speed on the handout is not up to date. That's not correct. So I think this, I'll have to look at it again because there's a lot of discussion about how I wanted the speed to work. But yeah, it's not correct on the handout. The full day's speed is about 125 miles, 130 miles.
Okay, and with that speed, it would take us like 2 days to get to the reach.
Correct.
Cool beans. All right. So, might I make a suggestion as to a logical course of action?
Permission to speak freely.
Thank you. I'm very tired today. It looks like we can fix up the secondary engineering damage. That will give us a recovery rate of 6% more, 7% in total. Tomorrow, that brings us up to 26%, and that's more than enough for a sizable jump intraplanar. Intraplanar, sorry, in case that wasn't clear enough. If we could make such a jump, that would buy us a lot of time to do more fixing of the ship. If we're not expected in the reach for another 4 days, we can make the jump on 1 day and spend the rest just cleaning things up. I don't think it's a good idea to be flying around with all of this damage and energy loss and with the ship half out of our control. It doesn't sit well with me. What if we're attacked and we can't activate the ship's defenses to help us?
I agree. We should definitely fix the ship, get it stable, make sure if something does happen, we're not in a critical situation again.
Especially if it contains more damage and we need to make an emergency jump. The ship should be in a healthy state to be able to do so.
I think that is an excellent suggestion, Co-Captain Griffle.
Hmm.
Cool. So I guess we deal with the damage to secondary engineering first. What would that require us to do, Gary?
Basically, it's a time of downtime. So it's
Oh,
going to take.
cool.
So if you guys basically say, all right, we're going to wait here for a day, we're going to use the maintenance and repair engine with Residuum. You're going to take 10,000 gold worth of Residuum out of the pot. And while I did initially like having the idea of Residuum being like a physical amount that tells you the weight, when I do update the handout in the sheet, probably after game today, I'm going to just translate everything into just gold because it's easier just to have one unit of measurement rather than being like, you have this many kilograms, which is worth this much, and you can use this much over the course of a day. I'm going to just translate it all to gold. So yeah, you use the maximum amount of what is able to do in 1 day of downtime, which is 10,000 gold worth of repairs. And with people to physically, go in there and put the pieces back together, right? Because second engineering is not just there are pieces that are broken. It's like there's wires removed from walls, there's panels that are in the wrong place. It's not even just things that are broken so much as it's been torn apart, so it's very messy. So once all of the things get reconnected and then everything else gets put back together, you can use the maintenance and repair engine to if there's bent panels and things, it'll put them back flat. It'll put the rivets back on things. It'll reconnect wires that are in the right place but they're broken, things of that nature. So the question then becomes: so you guys now know you're sort of expected to be in the Reach in about 4 days. Do you guys want to take 1 day to get secondary engineering fixed and then go to the Reach, or is the plan to take 3 extra days to basically get the maximum time here in a spot for the ship's engine, so it'll get 3 days at that 7% recovery rate, and then go to the Reach, so you'll still be there at the 4 days? Or do you want to get to the Reach early so you're sort of more or less ahead of schedule than what you're expected?
I'm voting for the like we spend 3 days here and then make a jump.
I'd vote for 1 or 2 days here, jump, find somewhere to safely hide the ship, and then we probably need, half a day of walking to get to a location, won't we?
Also sounds reasonable. Like I said, it can be anywhere in the mix. It's just how long you want to spend to get the ship recovery time. Because once the ship is recovering at 7% a day, it's going to recover fairly quickly.
How far can we walk in a day?
So it depends on what you're walking through. So that the speed at which you're going to be going is going to be pretty strongly dependent on the terrain.
Assuming part of it's in the mountains, because I'm assuming we're going to try and park somewhere in the mountains a little ways away, probably from Wormhole or maybe Emot's Rest to start.
Yeah, so let me give you an answer that you guys can actually look up and use. So if you look on the compendium under glossary and go to exploration speed, you'll see the answer to a lot of the questions that you're going to have about how you get from A to B. The big thing is depends on how what terrain you're going over. So the explanation is if you go along one of the roads, you're going to go at the speed that it says. So I think most people in the group are speed 6, so that means you've got about 30 miles in a day. That being said, if you're going cross country, right? Like if you're going through the mountains and not through a mountain pass or on something like that, then you're going to be going at half speed. And if you're going through something that is a little bit difficult to go through, a little bit difficult to navigate, like you're going through one of the ruins, you're going through the forest and things like that, then you're going to be going at 3/4 speed. Now, the Fens is an area that is going to be basically like going through the mountains. It is not impassable terrain, but is very difficult to go quickly through the Fens.
So we'll need at least a day or two from where we park the ship to walk. So I'd say, a day or two here, take the ship to the Reach, get close but kind of a distance from anywhere, and then walk.
Yes, that sounds agreeable to me. It still gives us 2 days of recovery time, though.
Yeah. The other thing, Griffle, are we going to want to bring the helm with us or leave it on the ship when we go?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. It does look very strange. I think it would be easy to notice for anyone who knows what they're looking for. It might even draw unwanted attention. Oh, but then if we leave it on the ship, what happens if someone boards when we're not here?
So while you're having these thoughts and conversations, the sort of strange, like glass brain look to the shield, to the helm, molds itself around your face into looking more like a helm. It looks more like a piece of armor than it does anything else. It does still stand out,
Oh,
but it doesn't look as insane.
I didn't know it could do it. That's so cool.
I guess we're taking it with us.
So I don't think any of your characters would recognize what the helm looks like, but if Griffle ever sees herself in the mirror, Griffle will recognize it's a Marine's helm from one of the Goblin shock troopers. So this would be the helm that if it was made out of chain or like some sort of hide, it would be the same style that the like Goblin sorties and stuff when the people that board ships and fight on the other ship. This is what they would wear.
Oh, it looks so good.
It looks very fancy because it's still made of the same material. Like it's very clearly made of like crystal or quartz, but it's not it doesn't have that sort of brain look that it had previously. So unless people interrupt me, I'm going to go ahead and just narrate, sort of taking a day of downtime here.
So my one thought is so we're taking a day to repair the ship, but then for our second day, if we're just hanging out, are there things we should do on the ship or like in the labs? Like I know.
Yeah, I
know.
think if we're going to take the day, we should explore the labs. They are draining power. I know it's not critical, but we should at least go and look.
Yeah, I feel like we would do that rather than just totally sit and hanging out.
Okay. So one thing I do want to make clear is the taking a day in secondary engineering is going to require the whole group. So you're not going to be able to do any of that exploration of stuff on the recovery day because it's like,
Right.
a repair montage of the day. So day one
Yes.
of recovery time is going to be exclusively recovering secondary engineering.
Yes, clear.
Yeah,
But then
agreed.
if we take a second day, then we
Okay.
could do stuff. Okay.
So I'm going to advance it forward one day. You guys have this montage of fixing things in the interior of the ship. And you guys find out after about an hour of working on the ship that the damage that has been done to the ship, it is well beyond your all's ability to repair it if you also needed to know how everything worked. However, the way that the ship's repair engine works is that if you get everything placed in basically the correct places, the red wire goes here, connected to this other piece of red wire, and then you run the repair engine over top of it, the repair engine will correctly put everything back where it goes and turn on all the systems and activate all the wards and all that sort of stuff. So as long as you have the manpower to put things in the correct places and to use the ship's engines to repair, it is not that mentally taxing. It's very physically taxing. It's not mentally taxing to get the ship repaired. So you have that full day.
Is there like an owner's manual or something like that that the previous crew had, or like a reference manual written in Primordial?
So there is something similar to that in primary engineering, which you have access to, that would give you a lot of technical information. But kind of like the stuff in the Fel Labs where you were reading, it's difficult to understand because you don't have the background knowledge, right? Like it's not
Mhm.
written for the layman. It's not an owner's manual like a car's owner's manual where it's written so that the owner is supposed to understand what's going on here. It's more like the owner's manual that would be for a mechanic of like an airplane, where they assume that you already know how to do a lot of things. You already know all the terminology. It's very dense, but it's not useless.
Okay. Because I'm like imagining myself like trying to sort through and read through this like technical stuff and like relay it to Griffle because she has some experience with working on a ship, right?
Griffle. I don't know if she's still away for a second.
Some experience. I've been on ships my entire life.
There's
No.
like a almost like a blind leading the blind situation where I'm translating primordial of things I don't understand to Griffle.
And a lot of things, Griffle's very knowledgeable about certain pieces, but Griffle's knowledgeable in using the same terminology, right? Griffle's knowledgeable about a ship in the same way that the pilot's knowledgeable about a plane. He knows where all the pieces are. He knows how they're supposed to work. He knows what the indicator's supposed to look like. But if you told the pilot to put together an engine, he's going to basically say,
Yeah. Yeah. I know what it should look like.
she knows what it should look like and knows what it should do. But as far as getting it
Mhm.
repaired, it's not something that she has access to. So you guys take the full day of recovery. You kind of get everything put into place, get secondary engineering back to looking like it's supposed to. About halfway through the day, the lights in the ship change to look more natural, I guess would be the best way to put it. So they don't look brighter or duller, but it looks more like natural light, like you would expect sunlight to look like if you know there was a lot of windows in place here. It's not warm or anything like you're basking in the sun, something like that, but it looks like it's or it feels like it's more well ventilated. And if you guys take any time to go back out of the area where engineering is to the ships proper, you can see this semi-translucent barrier that is pushing away all the snow on the mountainside away from the ship itself and creating a little bubble that you can sort of see through. There's a little bit of like heat haze there. Mechanically, what's happening is you've got the ship's power up to the point where it is activating the primary warding.
Nice.
So over the course of the next 20 hours from midday on the second day, the ship will be regaining temporary hit points. So, so you get to the end of the day. It's one of those like hard work days, like you're physically very tired, and have put back together all of secondary engineering, and you guys have your sleep. No dreams happen on the second night, and you all wake up on the third day. You know, maybe a little muscle weary, but other than that, refreshed and ready to go. So our day 3 of being at the ship, what is the plan here? Because now we have the whole whether you want to do something or not, and when you go to the reach, what you're going to be doing from there. So again, the expectation is that from if everything is a normal ship and normal things, you should be getting to the reach sometime on day 5 in this timeline. So day 3 here is now. What's the plan? What do you guys want to do?
What's the ship's energy looking like now?
26, it's already on the sheet.
Oh, cool.
You're 26% with a 7% recovery rate. And I'm going to
Correct.
be moving the current ship's energy on the thing down based on how far it is up. So, like, you know, for example, I moved it from above where it says warding to below because it's now, you know, everything above where the current ship's energy is stuff that you have access to.
Right, is where it's yep.
Okay.
Oh, and we should definitely wait another day because the intraplanar shift optimal is 30.
Yeah.
Yep.
So should we check out? Okay, because lab 2 is the one that had the meatball thing, right?
The entity, yeah.
So,
Morin, do you know what lab 1 or lab 3 is?
Yes, I do.
and you wanted to go there, right? Wasn't one of those where you worked?
Yeah, lab 1 is where I spent most of my time prior to someone breaking into the ship.
Mm-hmm. So, want to give us the tour?
Sure. So I walk to it's the spin disc, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like a normal spin disc, but that is what it is.
Okay. And I step inside, and maybe
Yeah.
others do too. And I go to
I
the
follow.
lab.
Yeah. Griffle follows as well with the control rod.
All right, so you're gonna get to.
Oh,
whoop.
hey, sorry, real quick. So is Griffle's rod fully repaired by now, or is it still repairing
The
Is
bone
Griffle-
rod, yeah.
the bone rod?
Oh, it repaired.
Mm.
It only took it about half an hour to fully mend itself.
Okay, cool.
So I brought you guys back to this is where you guys get plopped out of the captain's quarters, or if you guys go down to where the deep hold is. Also, I apologize. I looked and I didn't actually do the map with the regions of the ship on it. I will still do that. I promise. I just ran out of time as stuff happened this week and today that took longer than expected.
Worries.
Not a problem.
I was
So
procrastinating, and then my procrastination bit me in the ass. So that's more or less what's happened. So from where you guys are, you know that on the map to the left is Lab 2, which is where you found Morin. Up is Lab 1, which is where Morin has spent the vast majority of his time prior to the problems with the ship. To the right is Lab 3, and then down is secondary engineering.
I'm wondering, Lab 3 is currently draining more power. If we dealt with that one first, we may be able to get even more power overnight.
I was
Or
thinking
over
the
the course of
same.
the day.
Because it has the warding, which I think is typical, but it has damage, which is drawing extra.
Orin?
so Lab 3 is the Fey lab, and I don't know anything about really what goes on there, other than when power was being cut, when I was stuck in Lab 2, creatures from the Feywild were emerging from the lab and engaged in fights with the ship's security previously.
As a very minor note, Morin would not use those terms, but everything you said is correct.
I wouldn't say what terms.
So people do not call the Shadowfell. I mean, actually, people in Sanctuary sometimes do, but the more common name for it is the Shadows Fell. And then nobody calls the Feywild the Feywild. They call it the Wilds.
Oh,
So-
okay.
And those were the chaos beasts.
Those are
No,
different.
the Chaos Beasts are from the Elementals lab.
Oh, which is Lab 1.
Yes.
Okay. What were the beasts from the wilds like?
I don't know if I got a very good look at them.
You didn't.
Yeah. It was pretty dark.
Hmm.
I feel that if there's damage to the lab, we should fix it in case more try and escape or break free or anything like that.
I think we probably will end up checking both of them out.
Probably.
today's
Oh,
over.
yeah. Hopefully we have time for both. I'm just thinking we might want to deal with the problem first.
I would turn to Morin and say, "Up to you. Lead the way."
We're far more likely to encounter hostile in lab 3 than we are in lab 1. Probably everything in lab 1 that used to be there is no longer there. The entire point of their research was figuring out how to keep those elementals contained in this plane. And so the fact that power was going out, they probably were not contained and destroyed.
Gary,
Yes.
do the majority of elementals, are they, sentient?
Varying.
Or are they
degrees.
more like force of nature kind of thing?
Depends on who you ask.
Depends on the elemental more than anything else. So there's more or less there's a couple different types of elemental. So if it is an elemental that is native to the plane, that is considered more of a force of nature, unlikely to be intelligent style of thing. if it is an elemental brought from one of the elemental planes, which is what happens when people like summon a fire elemental or something like that, those tend to have some version of sentience. They tend to be more animal-like because they are more or less natural animals of the plane of fire, for example. And then
I
you can have
see.
elementals that are very intelligent. It's just sort of, I mean, like Al Shaib is technically an elemental.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Griffel's just worried about the morality of like perpetuating research that like keeps prisoners,
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
unless they're explicitly dangerous, like the meatball.
Yeah. So is what's the plan? The plan is to go to Lab 3 or Lab 1?
We're such a decisive group.
You guys are. Griffel's all worried about like I don't want to like feel like I'm taking control. I'm like, well, if you do, someone will.
If we go to the Elementals lab, I can recover the files that I want from there, and I may be able to get some more information on how Al Shaib is being bound the ship.
Okay. Yeah, let's check that out first. My coffee hasn't totally kicked in yet, so I don't know if I'm ready for a big battle. Crack my knuckles.
All right. So heading up to the lab, lab 1, you can see that there is a little bit of lights inside the lab. The door to lab 1 does seem to be sealed. It doesn't open when you guys approach it. Where like when you walk up to the door to secondary engineering, or even if you walked up to lab 2 now, the door just sort of automatically opens. The door to lab 1 does not automatically open when you approach it.
Scrit? Any help with the door?
Scrit is not going to help you at all.
Oh, not Scrit.
Lucky.
Brain.
Lucky?
Plucky.
So I mean, Griffle, that's you. You're the one that has the helm.
Open door to lab 1.
So you can hear bolts being retracted from the top of the door, from the bottom of the door, and from the side of the door as the seal on the door is unlocked, and then the door slowly starts to open. The smell from Laboratory 1, even while you're standing outside of it, is very, very strong. The smell coming from inside of Lab 1 is like burnt, rotten eggs. For you guys, if your characters probably have never smelled this before, but as people, if you smell what sulfur smells like, that's what inside of Lab 1 smells like.
Mm-hmm.
Smells like Rotorua.
So the interior of Lab 1, let me put you guys inside. Why did you not paste everybody? What? Game. Did I not copy everyone? Whatever. I'll put you guys in here and then I'll work from there. Dude. Last day working with shit mouse too. Have better mouse. All right. So you guys can pull yourselves from your journals onto this first room here. So in this first room, there's a bunch of boxes, a bunch of materials, a bunch of crates spread around. But in addition to that, there's a work table that is up here, where there's a bunch of like files and papers and things like that. Morin, you'll recognize that things in this room look a little different than what they did when you were in here last time. There is a fine coating of like light yellow dust on everything. It's not a ton, but enough that you do have to, like, in order to read any of the papers and stuff that are out on the table, you would have to sort of brush it away, and that dust is what smells so terrible in the room, and it's covering basically everything.
Okay. Now, when I was in here last, there was an earth elemental inside the lab,
Mhm.
right? Is there any remnant of
Specifically,
that?
no. Then the elemental that was here is the one that you guys fought, the riot suppression elemental in primary engineering.
Okay. I didn't know if it had left the lab.
It did. It apparently at some point it had left the lab,
Okay.
and was in engineering.
Um, so I think that I had previously located my files here.
You had, yep.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna take those real quick.
Okay.
Um, and then they're all paper files, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so I'll sort through and see if I can find anything on. I'm trying to think. Would I know of any like identifiers that were written on Al Shaib that might be used here?
Um. That is a good question.
Because like I'm assuming that if they were writing about him, they wouldn't call him that.
So, looking through the files here, one thing that I'll say that you'll recognize is that these are the I guess you say less secure files, right? Like, so the area that you're in right now is the waiting room for like subjects and people like that. This is a more common area. You would know that any files relating to Al Shaib would likely be deeper into the lab, that they're probably
Mhm.
not going to be here sort of in the entryway. Like, they would be in another spot that was a little more secure than here.
Okay. Um. Oh. Hold on. Is there like a roster of other individuals that were in this lab?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And yeah,
And
the test subjects and the researchers.
yeah, so are there any other non-elemental test subjects, or were there?
Um, there are a couple of Genasi that are on the list as subjects and or guests. You're not really sure what their designation is. You'd have to sort of read their file, which would take a little while.
Yeah,
Most everything listed is elementals with some sort of marker designation. Instead of being like the elemental's name, it's just like fire elemental number 7.
yeah. And then are there any notes from that cleric that was on board?
Any notes? Yes. So you talked about the one that you were sort of talking to at the beginning before everything went bad.
Yeah.
Yes. So there's quite a few. She was one of the primary researchers, so she has a lot of these notes are written by her.
Okay. So I think I'm just like perusing through these files, and if they seem interesting at a quick glance, I'm like stuffing them in my coat.
Okay. Who else am I missing? Phil?
Say again.
I was looking at what tokens are missing from the map. So
So,
that's what Morin's doing. He immediately goes and starts digging through files.
mhm.
Phil, what are you doing when you first come into this area? It's a big room covered in yellow, stinky dust.
Yeah, I've been in situations like this before. Uh, I don't know what I mean by that. um, would I have any knowledge of sneaky things? Does that
Of
make
what?
sense? Sneaky things, like would I know of potential invisible elementals or something like that?
I mean, you do know that some elementals
And
can.
could I try to detect them?
So you're basically looking for signs of something, right?
Sign that I'm about to get beaten up.
So you can see that over here, there's a door leading to a side area, and that door has a lot of damage around the edges. So like the corners at both the top and the bottom of the door are reasonably damaged. Not so much the door looks like it's unusable, but the door is closed, and you can see that around where some of the damage is, there's a bolt extending from the door into the wall. So it's closed and locked. Um, but it has sustained a decent amount of damage, like something was trying to break its way out.
But we don't hear anything right now.
No.
Okay.
Can I do what type of check would I do to like sense the presence of an elemental? Would that
So
be
that
like
would be,
Arcana or something?
yeah,
Or...
it'd be check magic, so Arcana. And that is a check for you, not for me.
Oh, as in I would do it because I would
Mhm.
know.
Yeah, you make it.
Okay. La 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 la. That's a nice little 20.
So with a 20, you'll be able to know, one, that there is a ton of magic just everywhere in this lab. Like, this is a place that it has rituals and has magic and has stuff used so often that there's sort of a background sort of hum of energy that's always present within this place. You can also tell on the other side of this door that there is a lot more concentrated energy. It might be something on the other side of the door. It might be that there's maybe a different lab or a different type of energy or something magic, but there is something strongly magical on the other side of this door.
But it doesn't. You said it wasn't fully broken through.
Yeah, it's not fully broken through. Basically the corners at the top and the bottom have maybe a half inch that is kind of torn away. So you can see into the other room, just by the top and bottom a little bit, but you can't actually like open the door or get through.
Morin, could are elementals like rats? Can they get into small places?
So more in the play. Josh is AFK for just a second. So
Oh, okay.
Morin would respond something along the lines of depends on the element. If it's a mutable element like water or air, then yes. If it's not a mutable element like earth, no.
And what type of elementals were in here? Do we know?
He knows. And he would say, well, these are elementals of chaos. These are creatures from beyond the Alendar. And no, a door.
A door what?
A door or a cage should hold them if it's built strong enough.
I see.
So Philly is investigating that. Drock, what are you doing?
Yeah, I was going to investigate the door at the top. I was going to call over to Morin and say, is there anything in this room we should be afraid of, or should we explore it?
Well, we should definitely explore it. And I don't think that there should be anything dangerous in there because the whole point of this lab was figuring out how to keep elementals in our plane. And they've been marginally successful, but haven't been able to keep them here permanently. And this lab lost power, which means the containment's likely lost power.
All right, I'm going to try and get through this door. Is it open? Can I just open it, or is it currently like locked or barricaded out?
So the door is open. There's nothing. It's not sealed or locked or anything like that. And when you open the door, you see these two tables. There's some sort of strange device extending between the two tables, and there is in the back there are these like columns or these little canisters that are kind of this dark greenish fluid. They look like either they're overflowing or maybe damaged or something like that in the back. And then to your left and your right are two sort of workstations. The one to your left looks closer to what you guys saw in Laboratory 2. It looks more like a computer terminal. The two to the right, one of them looks more like a ritual table with like components and things on it. And then one of them looks more like a desk, like an office desk, like what you saw in the main intro and where Morin is. It just looks a little nicer. However, also on the other side of the room, you see two creatures. that are standing in the areas near these canisters. So I'll kind of move them around a little bit so you can see what they look like. So they're between these canister areas on the back wall. And as you open the door, you see the two creatures like look towards you. You think, but you don't see any eyes of any kind on these creatures. But you can tell they're sort of moving that open maw that's sort of dribbling a little bit of that greenish yellow fluid from the mouth in your direction. And one of them gives off a slight burbling roar.
I closed the door.
Please roll initiative.
Is the door still closed?
The door at the beginning of this, yeah.
Drock, what was that?
I don't know. Morin? You said it'd
Are
be
they-
safe.
Yeah, it looks like your research was successful, Morin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Finally, a reasonable freaking roll, man. Gary, I have a question
Sure.
about this. Is like a combat question. Can I do like a move action and then hold my attack action?
So what you do in that situation is called a readied action.
But that would expend the spell.
So a readied action, the way it works is you can take any part of your turn, and that's a standard action. You can ready an action. So you say, when X happens, I do this. So you can say, when the door opens and I can see something, I use Thunder of Judgment. That'd be a readied action. And the way that it works is when that happens, you get to spend that standard action. The Thunder of Judgment goes off, and then your initiative goes to be wherever the trigger happened. So you, in effect, you lose a little bit of your turn because you're going to be permanently going lower in initiative. But that's how you would do just a single action off of your turn. That's not normally meant to be off your turn.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Griffle, if you'd like to swap with me, you can. You silly goose.
All right. So have I rolled initiative? I don't think so.
I'm freaking been on mute this entire time.
You have been on mute. Excuse me, Gary. There is a third creature there.
There's a what now?
A
Yeah, it looks
third
like you're
creature.
rolling more than is
It
necessary.
sure looks like you're rolling. What
Now
the
he's
Gary,
just fucking
stop.
with us.
It keeps going.
Gary, stop.
Finger gets
Morin, I'm sensing a disturbance. How many chaos demons were in this lab?
From what I remember,
8.
Would it be something like 8?
no. I don't remember that many being in here.
Do they spawn? Are they like microbes? Do they split off? Does my character know what microbes are?
Probably not. I'd be so happy to be done with this mouse. All right. So first one takes its turn not doing anything. I'm going to look for ties real quick. If, as always, ties always go to the player. So 1, for example, I'm going to move you up to 11 and resort just to make sure that everything is in the correct place. There we go. All right. So Skip, can you see the names of the initiative? Because you shouldn't be able to.
I can see
Yes.
all
I
of the
can.
names, Gary.
Well, that's bad.
I mean, context clues.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna die either way. I mean, names or no names.
What is
doesn't
why are you
matter.
always so negative?
Ever since he died that first time.
You and I
First
died
game.
together, and we survived death.
Or Gary will
dying's
never
not
live
that
it
bad.
down.
I'll never live your death down. So I'll be fixing that in a second. But so our beast comes up, sees basically as it surges forward, sees the door slam in front of it. And then you see it smash into the door on the other side, and the door kind of crumples slightly. It's not completely destroyed, but the door took a lot of damage right in front of you.
Better the door than me.
Phil, you can feel that you're inside of an aura.
I can see that now. Gerard.
So you feel this sort of chaotic energy come around you, and it pulls you into the door, and you sort of like pop off the door, like it's trying to draw you in, but doesn't do anything.
Excuse me, which turn did I end?
No, I'm just telling you what the thing does.
Oh,
when
okay.
and you see at the edges of the door frame these thin, spindly looking yellow and green fingers kind of come out and grab hold and start clawing again at the door, trying to open it. Phil,
Hey,
you're up.
Morin, do you know what that is?
That's probably the Chaos Hounds.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Can I talk out of initiative order?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we should leave.
What's wrong with killing him?
Nothing's wrong with killing them. It's a question of whether we can. And I don't know anything about the combat nature of these things.
How did the
security-
lab control them?
The riot suppression elemental, the furnace dragon.
I see.
Oh dang!
Hold up. So
Gary-
the furnace dragon and riot suppression elementals were like containing these things.
If they got out, they would prevent them from destroying the ship. Yeah. And in fact, the furnace elemental or the furnace dragon did kill at least one of these.
We killed it. Ergo, fine. Griffle killed it. And I helped.
Gary, can I move on to so I see like there's smaller boxes. Is it could I move here just like normally?
You can't move there normally, but you can move there. You'd have to climb up on top of the boxes. So it
Would
takes
that
an
be feasible with is that feasible with 6 squares of movement?
Yeah, 6 squares of movement, you can go up there. It's 1 extra square to get on top of the boxes.
Okay, that's where I want to be. Oh, is there any target within my line of sight?
Not yet.
The doors are closed. Okay.
The door that Drak is in front of is closed, but it is heavily damaged.
Yeah. There's like a defense action, right?
Yeah, you can take total defense. We'll give you +2 to all defenses.
Let's do it. Total defense.
Cool. Drak.
Morin, will this door hold, or do you actually think we should just leave and seal the lab again?
I don't think that door is going to hold.
Can we designate them as enemies and have Al Shaib roast them? Is that cheating?
Hey, if we can pull it off, it's not cheating.
So you know that you're not on the part of the ship that has that sort of...
Oh, okay.
Dang, this really sucks.
Wait, didn't we how long was it gonna take for like the elementals and stuff to repair?
A long time.
Well, it's like, I think it's like 2 weeks. I'd have to look
Oh,
back
okay.
up.
It was a long ass time.
All right.
All right, well, everyone's ready to fight, I guess. So,
I do have this
He's
magic
still rolling.
circle. Oh my god, what?
Why are you still rolling?
Ignore the man behind the curtain.
Oh, guys,
We're having too long of a conversation. Make a decision.
If everyone wants to help me draw this
Wait,
circle.
is that actually what's happening? There's
Yes.
more of them because we're talking?
No. That's
No,
not
that's not what I was saying.
Okay.
He could.
I'm
I
not
wouldn't put it past him.
I'm not adding...
Devious bastard.
You can notice I'm not adding anything to the initiative order at the moment. So, but Drak, it is your turn. What do you want to
I
do?
know. Does it cost an action to open the door? I'm assuming so.
It normally would cost a minor action, but I mean, like you're holding on to the door from just closing it. So if you want to just slide the door open, like I'm not gonna make you spend an action for it.
All right, sure. We'll see how this goes. So I slide the door back open, and I mean, I guess I'm gonna attack the Plague Demon Chaos Beast.
You're like peekaboo.
Welcome back.
Pop the door back open. You see those canisters in the far end are overflowing with green slime. That looks more creature-like than what they looked like a second ago.
Oh dang!
Oh, I'm not adding more creatures to the initiative order.
He didn't until Drock opened the door again.
That is true. So I'm gonna be using constant my inconstant location attack.
Yeah, you're gonna have to step in to do that.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll step in.
Yeah.
And then do the attack. 20 to hit.
20. I'm almost positive hits these guys. Let me check.
Really sucks because when I was testing it, I got 31, but that was
So-
testing the macro.
When you get closer to this creature, you see what looks like when you go to strike into it, one, you're going to hit it. And two, when you connect, you see that there's something like either you know nothing about how creatures function or there's something horribly wrong with this creature. As cutting it into it just a little bit, you see that the flail just does an incredible amount of damage. Like it's heavily vulnerable to your attack or something like that. And you see just a big chunk of flesh that was barely connected to the frame of the creature just slough off and slam into the ground and start smoking.
Oh, cool.
So it takes the damage.
Okay, I'm going to use the effect then, just teleport out of the doorway, 2 squares, and then I'm going to use Balmind's Demand.
Before you do that, when you vanish from sight, Griffle, you hear something in your head. Teleport authorization requested.
Authorize.
Okay, so again, from the knowledge of knowing how this works inside of the ship, if you want to teleport wherever you would like to be, you can teleport anywhere in the map within constant location.
Nice. I'll stay here for now. But that's good to know for future. I just don't want to get too close to everything else. But yeah, I'll teleport here and then use Balmind's Demand.
Okay.
Just to mark him.
He is marked with...
And that'll be the end of my turn.
Chaos Beast 1. He sees there's something over here. Thud, 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 thud. He comes forward. And the DM's going to remember where this attack is. I'm pretty sure it's burst. It is indeed. So he's going to come all the way up to here. And he is going to let out this chaotic, gurgling growl at you. So 28 versus your fortitude.
Yeah.
My
So
favorite
you,
part of the
you have the flag of shame now.
my favorite part of the map right now is just these names over here.
Oh, can you see the names?
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, it's difficult to draw on my mouse. That doesn't really work.
Oh goodness, what is this flag?
Combat advantage.
Combat advantage flag.
Yeah, it means you plus basically +2 to their hit is more or less what it means.
Oh yay.
I'll just shout, Drock, I can't see you. What's going on?
So he is going to try to bite you. So +2 to hit. You're getting combat advantage. 21 versus your AC.
No. 24, so I'll miss.
Cool.
I like that line that sounds awful at the end of the encounter.
Hound.
Oh my god.
More
This
in your
seems very. We should definitely leave.
It's my go.
Yes, your go.
All right. So I'm gonna move. How do I get line of sight to this guy? How do I
Moving
determine what
your
line of
line of
sight?
sight? I don't understand the question.
I don't have line of sight here, but
Correct.
Is it
If
do
the
I
square
need
you're standing on connects with any two corners of
Yep.
the square they are on, that's line of sight.
Yep.
2 corners? Okay.
So this square would work, I think. Yeah. So
Okay.
anywhere in this region is in line of sight.
Okay. You?
He's big, so if you can see in the door, you can see him.
Yeah.
I think technically you have like line of sight with complete cover from where you are. Not quite. So if you move one square right or down, will be in line of sight, but he'll have cover from you. You have a penalty to attack effectively.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Hold on a second. There's something I needed to have written down, and I didn't have it written. So I'm gonna move 2, 3, 4 spaces.
Okay.
For my movement, I'm going to put my Warlock's Curse on Beast 2.
Okay. What color did you want to use again for your color?
I had yellow.
Yellow. Okay. I will also let you know that this creature looks like it is like going through the later stages of decay. Like the creature is already dying.
Yeah.
Ah, me in my early 20s.
It is cursed. Your turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So then I'm gonna use Hand of Blight. So I don't have Prime Shot. There's no attack modifier. I will go ahead and use my Fell Might. So 15 versus Fortitude?
15 versus Fortitude. I do not believe is going to connect. It does not.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Griffle, you're up.
Cool. So I am down here. Oh, I'm ages away.
If you feel like you should have been somewhere else, like narratively at the beginning of combat, I'm not against. Like, if you think you would have been near Filibuster while he was inspecting stuff, or near Morin, or near Drock when he was opening doors, like you can reasonably go to somewhere else because you basically didn't get a turn during the exploration until Drock opened the door.
Well, I just would like to be able to get into melee. So 1, 2. No, that's difficult.
So if you've got movement speed 6, you can get there.
Yeah. Just to there. That's as far as I can get for now.
Correct.
Kiteki. So sorry, I should have had this ready, but I'm very tired today.
You know, one is like, I haven't had my coffee yet. Let's not get into a combat. Drock, kick in the door.
Technically, I just opened it gracefully and then slammed it shut.
Drock is a sharp mind of action. Okay. Fuck it, let's do Jaws of the Wolf.
Okay.
Let's have fun with it. Why not? Oof. That didn't work? Oh no, wait, hang on. Okay. Nothing for that.
did you want to quarry as a minor action, or do you have something else you want to do in your minor?
Oh, yes, I guess I would. Yeah, I can't think of anything else I would do with it at this point in the fight. So yeah, I'll quarry the
Okay.
thingo. I don't have any situational attack or damage bonuses, so let's just go with that. And then I've got my bonus damage here somewhere.
So you did roll max on one of those. So the 11 will miss because it's a natural one.
Yeah.
The 29, however,
But
will
the
hit.
damage for the one that hit is the one that popped, so
Jaws of the wolf.
No. The one that hit is the 24 damage.
yeah, that's what I mean. So
Yeah, sorry.
the one that hit is the one that has the dice, the one that hit a 6, which means I get an extra damage on that. 2 damage on that as well. So
So
4 additional damage on top of the 20.
28.
Is Jaws of the wolf just like a fat damage attack?
Yep.
Yep.
Just on a daily cooldown.
Yep.
And
There's nothing special about it. It's just 2 attacks with fat damage.
yeah, it just hits real hard. And so the first one does 10, right?
The first
Oh.
one does 10.
10 damage first swing. Second swing does 28. Yeah. So
But-
a total of 38 damage.
So the first so it's 2 hits and the first hit doesn't hit.
Right, but it does half damage on a miss. Right?
Oh, right, of course. Herp de derp. Yes, so it would do 10 damage.
Yeah.
Does
so-
it get the +2 from the? Because it says if one die is maxed.
Yeah. There's
So
no max
it's
first attack.
it's per attack, yeah. So
Got it,
it's whatever
okay, so
damage
it's
I
2
roll
attacks,
per
got it.
attack. Yeah.
So the answer is that if one of those dice on the 20 had been maxed, she'd get +2 damage, and then it'd be half. So it would have done 11.
Got it.
It is very bloodied as you cut off a good chunk of its flesh, sending this foul-smelling river of slime out of its body.
For my ancestors! For the salt!
Seymour, what are you afraid of? It's a
Anything else
I
from
just
your-
hope those doors hold.
Anything else from Griffle? Or are you done?
No, I'm done. Move minor and standard.
One a minute. You're up.
Okay. Can I do a monster knowledge check? Those are just free, or
It is just for
Right.
you. You need to be able to see it, but yes.
I could see it.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I'll do. Okay, so I'll use my move action, and I will shift. Can I stand here, or is that like in the boxes?
That's on the boxes, so that would be not something you can shift into.
Okay, then if I shift here, I could see it, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll do that. So I'll shift and then monster knowledge check, please.
So
How does that work?
So basically, since it's a knowledge check, it's something that I would roll.
Mhm.
So I rolled for you real quick, and then monster knowledge check, which looks like this, will tell you kind of what you get from it. So from this creature, you would roll for the appropriate thing, and then you get its type, temperament, and keywords. If you get moderate, and if you get hard DC, you get its resistance, vulnerabilities, and powers. So the only sort of weirdness, basically, because you get to know the answer here, is that this is of the creature's level, not of your level. It's the only reason that it's a hidden check.
Oh, okay.
So you know that this creature is one of the creatures from Beyond the Islandar. You had that information going ahead of time. It has some of the characteristics, some of the sort of crazy, outlandish stories have told about these creatures. Like some of them don't have eyes, like they're blind and they shoot acid and do all kinds of crazy stuff. This guy has splashed enough on Drock and Griffle without them screaming that it's probably not going to be bleeding acid. But you know that these things are historic. Like the knowledge about them is that they are basically hyperactive supernatural predators. So they will eat anything they can, and it's one of the best and worst things about them people who summon them very rarely have the ability to control them, other than pointing them in a direction to be able to eat everything in that direction. Um, you know that he probably doesn't have a lot. He has the abyssal plague, which will infect people that it hits. And you know that it's going to be just kind of a brutish creature. It's got a bite and a claw, and beyond that, doesn't really have a lot of stuff that it does. The only other thing that you know from the stories is that they are resistant or immune to different types of elemental damage, and they can change what they're resistant to. They react to magic by reinforcing their body to become resistant or immune to different types of magic.
Wow,
Okay.
that seems like handy information.
Yeah.
So basically, if you hit it with an element, it's probably going to do something to protect itself from that element.
Okay.
Is that after or as? If that makes sense.
You would know that it's after.
Okay. Um. So I would like to cast Dimensional Scramble here.
Okay.
And I will augment 1, so it's just each enemy in the burst.
So you know you're still inside the base of the ship, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I know that it will ask Griffle in what way things should be teleported or allowed to be teleported.
hmm
But I do not think that it will cause a problem beyond that, right?
You know the ship doesn't like it, right? Because it sets off that alarm bell that like deafened Griffle the last time. Because last time you did this, Griffle said, "Please don't do that again."
Oh, but I thought she turned that alarm off.
No.
Unfortunately, Plucky doesn't have a mute button.
Okay.
So mechanically, if you use dimensional scramble here, you can, but Griffle is going to be deaf for 1 round.
No, no. All right. Maybe not. Okay, then I will do. It feels like we're doing well. Let's do. Um, I'll just do Secret of the Way then, and I will attack this closer, bloodied chaos beast.
Okay.
Okay. And there are no modifiers.
36 versus Will definitely hits. And 12 psychic damage is enough that the creature screams and collapses into a writhing heap of bubbling goo.
I give it the finger.
Anything else from one of many?
No, I think that'll do it. Thanks.
All right. Top of the order.
Lauren, you don't have any reservations for us killing these, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. The slime is going to move. Actually, let me double check and make sure I know what this guy's speed is. Yes. So he's going to move and charge at Drock. 14 versus your reflex.
1 sec.
Certainly not.
Miss. I just had to make sure.
Pretty sure. I mean, but reflex is one of his weaker defenses. So, Drock, you see from the far side of the room. After a little bit of shaking, the door does eventually pop open as one of the hounds was able to figure out how to open the door.
Hot dang.
So these guys are very fast. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can get all the way there without charging. So he's going to move up. The DM's going to, of course, remember what this pack tactics does and not forget. So you are now aware of this pack tactics as he's sort of darts into place and then waits for the opportune moment and then is going to snap at you. Oh, I don't have the damage modifier in there for pack tactics. That's my bad. 17 versus AC misses you anyways.
Yeah.
Gary, do we know what Abyssal Plague is?
Not yet.
Yeah.
So this guy makes a check. Okay. So you see some of the hands on the door down below. They claw at the top of it, and then you see this strange bright yellow eye poke out through one of the small holes in the top of the door. And then you hear this strange, spidery, echoey voice coming from that side room as it casts a spell through the door into the room.
Can't do that.
Rude.
Do I have cover?
So he is going to cast Dissolve the Lost Ones on these squares.
I hate that. All the scariest spells have the coolest names. Is it casting from the eyeball, Gary?
It's cast. I mean, basically, the creature is on the other side of the door. It tore up enough of the door that it can look through the door, and then it puts its eye up to the hole and casts through the door.
Well,
So
it missed me, so
24 versus Morin's Fortitude. Hits.
So I have Shadow Walk, so I'm concealed, and am I also behind cover?
So you are not behind cover and not concealed because the center of the burst is the top
Oh, it
of
doesn't
the
matter.
thing. So you need for cover, it's determined by the burst. So when it targets here, basically, if you were give an example, if you were here, right?
Mhm.
And it was something was exploding from there, the crates are between you and the origin, so you'd get cover. But here it's on top of the thing, you're not going to get cover from it. And then concealment matters for ranged and melee attacks. It doesn't matter for burst and blast.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so that hits.
So 10 acid damage, -2 to all defenses. And I can go ahead and mark that for you on here.
Okay.
Should be a defense penalty. There it is. -2. That's it for its turn. Phil, you're up.
I still cannot see that creature, correct?
You can technically see its eye, so you could cast back at it, but it's going to have superior cover as long as the door remains closed.
Let's not. No, I can't really go to Griffle, but if I stand, how do I stand? Oh my god, why is this so hard? If I stand in this square, I can pretty much see everything in the room, right?
If you stand in this square?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, let's do that.
Mhm.
And then I will cast Thunder of Judgment, the best spell ever made. If I could find it on my list, because I don't know my alphabet. There we go. Are any of these creatures larger than me, Gary?
All of these creatures, well, except for technically the hounds. The slimes are medium sized and the hounds are small.
Oh wait, am I hitting the hound? Wait,
I don't know if you're attacking the hound. I'm giving you.
I'm gonna attack these three right here, if possible.
Sure. Well, and then all but the hound are larger than you.
Well, I was thinking about, like, I don't know if that you want to be pedantic about the wall.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Sorry. All but the hound. So that's the third one.
It'd be a bit of a dick move to be pedantic about the wall when I just attack you through a keyhole.
It's valid. Great.
3 hits.
3 hits.
Nice.
Wait. Oh, the third one hits.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at my damage rolls. I'm stupid. Okay.
No, I was like, all good attack rolls. So yes, they
I
all
was
hit.
like, that 13 is not a hit. Okay. And then I will. You can push both, honestly. So you just push them up. 2.
16. This guy is 13. Yeah. So like here.
No, push them both 2. It can push 2. Yeah, and then this one also. And then they're both dazed.
Wait, where'd the hound go?
It's
Died.
dead.
Oh
They got no
wow.
health. And I don't know what Morin was worried about.
He has no faith in us.
To be fair, the only combats that he's been in were very dangerous to him.
And we won.
Because Morin almost died at like the very beginning of the first combat he was in.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That
But
is
then he didn't because we saved him.
And
Alright.
almost doesn't count for anything, guys. Come on.
Phil, is that it for your turn?
Yes, there's nothing else to do. Sorry, I was going to the bathroom.
All right. Drock, you're up.
Yeah, that changes my plan. Every time I have a plan. 2 seconds.
Well, I mean, you're still inconstant, so
Oh,
You
I
can
can go anywhere I want. There's no point in using what I was going to use on only 2 guys.
that I can help you with.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, technically, the door is open to the other room, so let's reveal that area.
Oh, okay, we're going to have some fun. This could either be really stupid or really fun.
Those are not mutually exclusive ever.
Oh, is that a bathroom? That's literally a bunch of stalls.
So I'm going to use my inconstant ability, teleport in here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use Whirling Defense, Augment 2. Now the problem is I don't have the macro set up for multiple, so I'm just going to hit it 4 times.
Yep.
29. Here, I'll write down the attacks for you.
15. Ooh, a couple of those suck.
See, the 29 hits, and the rest miss. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. See, you teleport over,
Chat.
smash one down.
Gary?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. You're back. You like
Come
cut
here.
out hers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so you teleport over there, smash one of the hounds down, and the others sort of duck back when they see the whirling flail destroy their packmate.
Yeah. 1 sec. I need to test macro. Yeah, I'm going to try Ruthless Demonstration. I've never got to use that yet.
Cool. They are not intimidated by you in general.
Really? Come on.
Yeah, me neither.
However, you do get the benefit of the +2. So mark yourself as +2 to all defenses.
And sorry, which one's that from?
So the way that works is you get a -2 penalty. They all get a -2 penalty to attack rolls to hit you. It's much easier for you to just mark yourself as +2 to defenses rather than me marking
Got it.
all my monsters.
Now, who all... enemies that can see me. So basically every enemy here. Oh, okay.
Everyone except for the one that's trapped in the room down below. And it goes away as soon as you get hit. So if the one down below gets to engage you, it probably is going to go away by then.
That sounds very threatening.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Sweet. Demon number 1 is dazed. Just saw people in the other room take out its buddy. So just gonna charge. Big lumbering charge. Ooh, I think he's got reach. Hang on, let me double check to make sure he does have reach. I think he can do this. He does not have. Oh well, yeah. So he'll charge to here and technically charge Phil. Phil, you're gonna have cover from his claws. So first attack is gonna be against. Oh, I only have one attack roll in here. Or mod. So the one against Griffel's gonna be too higher, but it's completely irrelevant because he rolled like a chump twice. Because 17 AC doesn't even get close to Griffle. He is done. That is his turn. Green slime number 4. Slimy comes over here.
Drock, you're in a very unfortunate position.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to try and hit as many as possible, but it really failed.
So the slime is going to actually, you are no longer granting combat advantage, Drock. I mean, you're flanked, so you're granting combat advantage, but not from the fear. So it's going to attempt to kind of pull itself up and sort of splash all over your body to engulf you.
Nice.
16 versus your reflex.
Nope.
All right. So you now see what it does. It would have been a grab. Slab number 2. Move and charge, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yep.
Jerry, is there any indication that this machine is active?
Yes, it is powering the bubbling pools of stuff that the slimes are coming out of.
Yep, that's what I assumed. Okay.
So he actually does get an attack. He doesn't just end his turn. 1. On Griffle, 17 reflex. Maybe? Griffle, if you're there, you're muted.
I'm on my phone. That is a hit. Sorry. It just meets it.
Okay. If you're on your phone, I'll mark the damage for you because it's very annoying to do on your phone. So you take 5 damage and 5 ongoing acid. How number 2? He's going to try to bite. So I'll do it on this end. I guess it's fine. He's got a +2 to hit, but you've got +2 defenses, so it's but 28 is a really solid roll.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right, so he's going to get pack tactics. So 1, 2, 3, so an additional 6 damage, so a total of 11 points of damage.
And my thing goes away, I guess.
And your thing goes away, correct?
Wait, what's that one?
That's the marker that you have to roll a saving throw at the end of the encounter.
Those stack, by the way.
So it does stack, so you have to roll multiple saving throws, but it never goes worse. Like you're not going to have a higher stage of the disease by failing. It just makes it less and less likely that you will succeed the saving throw if you have to make multiples. Morin, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna move into the other room. 1, 2, 3, 4.
As a note, you would normally be taking an attack of opportunity. The only reason you would not be is because it is dazed. Although if you go past the slime, it will get an OA against you.
Right. Because this is the dazed one up here. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
If you move to there, you have to go through the door, which is being threatened by the slime. So the slime will get to hit you if you go there.
oh, okay. Um. Let me see. Hmm.
Griffle, are you going to be back at the computer by the time it gets to your turn? Because you are next of the players.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I can see this guy though, right?
Yeah, you can see him. He has
Okay.
cover from you, but you can see him.
Okay. I'm going to put my curse on.
Has to be this guy.
Yeah.
He's near. He is cursed.
Yep. He's cursed. I'll go ahead and attack him with
So, as a note, if you are here, he does not have cover. If you're here, he has cover.
Oh. Okay. So yeah, then I'll move so that he doesn't have cover to me.
Because basically, you can always fire through your allies, and there's no penalty. But
Yeah. Can I see Drock?
probably.
Okay.
Actually, probably not, because he's on the other side of the door.
So I can't see that square.
Yeah, because if you look at the line is going through at least one wall, no matter where you point.
Okay.
Likely going to need to be in that room to see into the next room.
Yeah. Okay. Then I will attack Chaos Beast 1 with Hand of Blight. And let's see. Don't have Prime Shot. Because he's dazed, do I get an attack modifier?
+2. Mm-hmm.
+2. Okay. I will spend my Fell Might, which I recovered from the first Chaos Beast dying.
Okay.
So it's going to be an 18 versus Fortitude.
18 Fortitude, I believe, does not connect. It does not,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Jesus. Okay. What are these rolls?
Right?
A 7, apparently.
Yeah, 6 and a 7.
Well, you're getting there. Just, keep working your way up. Just keep counting.
Mhm.
We'll make it there eventually.
I rolled
Anything
a
else?
we
2,
invite
a
these
4,
guys
and
to
a
the party?
6.
Anything else from Marin?
No.
All right. Our beasts. One's going to bite. Nom, 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 nom. He does not get the benefit of combat advantage. 29 AC is going to connect
Wow.
for 11 points of damage. And Green Slider 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. It doesn't know the grouping up is probably a bad idea. It's just a slimy boy. 20 versus Reflex, I believe, does connect on Griffle. So there's going to be an extra 5 points of acid damage, although doesn't stack acid damage. So take 5, please.
Oh, do I need to make a saving throw for my defense?
Yes, and Griffle, go ahead and give me another 5 points of acid damage when you start your turn with your ongoing 5
Already
acid.
done that. I did it
Nice roll.
preemptively.
All right, begin your turn.
Cool. So I would like to. So Griff's goal is basically hold the line. Like, I've got squishies behind me. I'm at a choke point. I'm not moving.
Sounds good.
So the first thing I want to do is I want to Mighty Hue on the slime immediately in front of me. Is that number 2? I can't see it.
Mighty Hue is not a thing you can do in your turn.
Hang on, sorry, wrong one. Ruffling Sting, that's the one. Sorry.
Ruffling Sting. Gotcha.
Yep. So Ruffle.
It is stung.
Cool. Now, will you allow me, for the purposes of Twin Strike, to, if I land both hits and the slime dies on the first hit, can transfer the second one to an adjacent creature?
Unfortunately not, no.
Rip. Okay, let me...
I will let you know that attacking into the slime, it seems sturdier than the beast is.
Okay.
Like, it's every time an attack is landed in one of the beasts, it looks like it's vulnerable to everything. Like, it's just taking a ton of damage. The slime...
Yeah, I just more thinking about the fact that the slimes are going to be doing a lot more damage eventually. I do not like them.
Do not like this slime.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put both Twin Strikes into Slime 2 and try and knock someone out.
Okay. Did you want a quarry or no?
Yeah, since I'm not moving, I might as well. Yep.
Okay.
Is Corey a minor action?
Cool.
It is.
Yep.
Can she do that?
Yep.
Yep.
Turn her move into a
Alright.
minor, and then she's going to minor standard this turn.
So I have CA on the first hit.
Mm-hmm.
So 2. And I have no damage bonuses right now. And then let me get the quarry roll.
Did anything connect?
Dude.
Did. So the second one did for 11 and 4 is 15? 15 damage?
Yep. Sounds right to me.
It is bloodied.
Okay.
Anything else from Griffle? Because everyone does have an action point, and it is a new day. Sounds like no.
Fuck it, my action point and do twin strike again.
Okay. Both at the same, or
Both on the same, yeah. I want someone gone.
okay.
And then another quarry roll.
Wow.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit?
Right then.
Morin gives Griffle a commiserating look.
Griffle left the campaign and rejoined, so this is her first combat again. 1, you're up.
Okay. So I would like to do shaped consciousness. Can I guess I'm thinking, can I put it here and then could I see to cast here?
Yes, to both questions.
Okay. So let's do that. So shaped consciousness right here. And then I would like to cast dishearten. Well, that will get Drock. I don't know. Do you think Drock would prefer to be deafened or have Griffle deafened? Drock, do you feel like you got this, or do you want help?
I was gonna try and attack all 4 again, but I mean, with my rolls, I don't know.
That's a gambler's fallacy.
Right?
Right.
The gambler's fallacy is giving up, right?
Yeah.
Or the sunk cost fallacy, depending on which way you're going.
Okay. Well, now let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna cast right here, dishearten, and that'll get these 3 guys.
Okay.
Okay, that'll be good. Maybe we'll see.
I should be fine. Worst case,
Okay.
I'll teleport out.
True. That's a good point. Okay. Huzzah!
3 solid hits.
Wow, someone knows how to do some damage.
It's okay. Juan and I carry the game. It's okay.
And then I'll just shift back 1.
I'll just
We
tank the
don't know-
hits.
What you guys don't know is that they, all the other people, that are no longer in the game, have just flunked out of the Can You Deal Damage program, and they're the only sole survivors. All right.
Isn't that just
3.
D&D? Like that's what happens when you don't deal damage. You just die.
You'll get a strongly worded letter
Yeah.
from Philly and I.
All right. All right. So, yeah, the big guy is bloodied. Everyone has horrible penalties to attack rolls.
Yep. And I'll just be over here. That's my turn.
Play count. Num num. Doesn't have combat advantage. Doesn't care. The 8 pounds are rolling like 17s, 18, 19s every time.
Jeez.
11 points of damage to Drock. And slime number 3 is dazed and over there and sees something that it assumes that it can attack. And the DM is going to try to shape consciousness can be attacked, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. And
Yeah.
if it gets hit, it dies.
Charge. 22 versus your reflex.
It dies.
Um,
Well, you did just
Meets.
shift, didn't you?
meets, so yeah, it still hits. She served her purpose.
Is your reflex 21 plus the 1 from the shifting? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It for the slime. He's dazed. The bender. Looking through the room, he can see stuff, but he doesn't have anything he can do. You hear this furious motion as gouge marks start to open up in the door as it continues to try to claw its way through the door. Well, that's not a bad check. So you see the center part of the door sort of break and splinter as it's continuing to tear its way into the door. and you can start to see the creature on the other side of the door. So I'll reveal this.
Now, when you say that's not a bad check, are you talking for the monster or for us? Because for us, it seems bad.
For you guys, it's not good that this monster has made a pretty decent check on clawing its way through the door. Phil, you're up.
I'm gonna blast him. Not that. I'm blasting the stuff in front of me. I'm gonna use Fires of Judgment. Right, centered on Griffle. To hit the 3 there. Yeah. Griffle's, you're not bloodied, right?
Your daze, does it last the start of your next turn or the end?
It's to the end of my turn.
Okay.
They are all larger than me, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
12, 23, 26.
The 12 misses, the 23 hits, and the 26 hits for
18 fire damage.
Griffle's not bloodied, so 18. This guy is going to pop his variable resistances.
It's not dead.
He's not dead, but he's he popped his resistance. So 18 damage, and he is now resistant to fire. Resistant 5 to fire. The one in the middle, though, is very dead.
Oh, man. How brave do I want to be? Last time I was brave, I got shit on. I'm just gonna stay right where I am. That's nice, and then I'm gonna end my turn. That's it.
Drock, you're up.
Same as last time, I'm going to do Whirling Defense Augment 2. I'll just hit it 4 times.
I would be a fan if you hit 4 times.
Yes, so would
one.
I.
That's one.
That's
That's
2.
2.
That's 3.
Nice.
That's 4. Oh my goodness.
So 16 points of
done.
damage.
That's 13 to the slime, I believe.
Yeah, I think it should technically be 10 to the slime, but that wasn't how I was doing it on the board.
Okay.
Because technically in book order, slime is first, but I did all the hounds first.
Oh, you went clockwise. Yeah, I see.
I don't know why I decided to go clockwise, but it was the order I was deleting the tokens in, so I just
All good. I got lots of hits. That's all I care about. The second wind, because I'm bloodied.
Second wind is a standard action, so you would need to action point to do so.
Yeah, which I don't think I want to do. What do I want to do, though? I wasn't quite expecting that to work after all my crap rolls. All right, well, I think, Griffle, how are you doing? Pretty decent? Because then I'll just stay here and let you tank those guys.
Griff just gives. Oh wait, hang on. Do I need to make a saving throw at the end of my turn?
You should have made a save versus your acid. Yes.
Totally, completely forgot. No, Griff just gives like a thumbs up. Yeah, Griff gives a thumbs up.
Awesome. And Gary, what about mine? That plague thing. When do I do those saving throws?
End of the encounter, so the end of the fight.
Got it. What happens if you fail?
You get the abyssal plague. All right.
And do I have to make 3 saving throws at this point?
Yes.
Oh.
Plague beast. He's got claws. He's got targets. He's got targets that are near his claws. He's gonna try to do the thing. So here comes the claw. 1 at Griffle, 1 at Phil. The 1 at Phil is at a pretty significant penalty, so I'm going to have that one be second. And wow, a natural 1 and then a 17 AC. 2 misses. So yeah, that's his turn. He's sad.
Gary, have you considered making scary monsters?
I just want to. Do you want to die?
There's a plague demon chaos bender coming still.
Yeah, and it can't even break a fucking door.
All right, so 24 versus reflex will hit Drock. So Drock, the creature does engulf you. You are now grabbed. And until the grab ends, you take ongoing 10 acid damage, and anything that hits the slime will do half damage to you and half damage dead.
Oh, fun. And 4 damage right now, right?
4 damage right now. And then you get 10 at the start of your turn if you're still grabbed. Morin, you're up.
Okay. I have a quick question about bursts. If I use a burst and it targets any creature in the burst, does that include my allies?
It does.
Okay. Um,
What you'll
can
notice is that for example, one of many had an unfriendly burst. So what she did, she put the area burst 1 here, so 1
Yeah.
square behind them to hit these 3 things without hitting Griffle.
Yeah. Can I see that square from where I am?
You can. Mhm.
Okay.
So
I
if
can't
you hold-
get
if you-
directly to a corner with the thing.
So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard when you do your drawing,
Uh-huh.
it'll take it off the grid. So what you do is you go to one of your corners.
Right.
And can you see one of those corners? You can
Yes.
see the line of effect.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it
Now,
was the
being said-
snapping to the center that was throwing me off.
So, like for example, if there's a creature here, because this part of your square doesn't have line of effect in any of these, it will have cover. But it doesn't matter for when you're throwing spells. If you're throwing a spell for it to blow up here, it's kind of like tossing a grenade.
Yep.
The only thing that's line of sight matters for is where the grenade is, not where you are.
Right. Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna cast Shadow Tentacles on this square here,
Okay.
which is a area 1 burst. So it should be that ish. Oh god. New ally cast Shadow Tentacles. Is that said?
No, I'm just saying, like that's what the rest of the party is thinking.
Oh.
Also, by the
I
same
thought you
token-
were RPing the Chaos Bender saying that
No.
from the room, and I was like, what?
When you're drawing stuff as well on here, if you hold down Shift when you when you go to draw a box,
Mhm.
it will snap that to the grid. So if you're drawing like a burst or a blast, it'll make sure it's a 3/3.
Okay. So shapes, shift to lock to grid, lines, alt to not lock to grid.
Correct.
Okay.
Don't worry when you don't remember that.
Okay. So Shadow Tentacles. Let's see. I'm not closer. There's no attack modifiers. So it'll be 14 to the green slime versus
And
reflex,
the Bender.
and 28 to the beast.
Let's see. 14 versus reflex does not connect against the little guy, although
Okay.
they'll easily connect against the beast. 15 cold. The corpse of the chaos beast now has resistance to cold damage.
Okay. And I deal 7
7.
or 8 damage. 7 damage to the green slime.
It's always round down unless explicitly said otherwise.
Okay. And it has text for Dark Dream. I'm not sure why that is the case.
Subjected to the dark dream.
I
Yeah,
think it might
that-
not do half damage on a miss because it's a
let me see.
and in there you have it doing 3d10 damage, which sounds like it's too much.
Yeah, I think I copied
Yeah.
I copied the text.
So
Shadow
it
Tentacles is 1d10 plus.
should be
charisma.
1d10.
Okay, yeah, let me re-roll that then. So it's gonna be +5
That's
plus
fine. I
4.
can just take if you hover over the number, you can see the other dice. So you rolled 2, 3, 1. So I could just take the 3 and the 1 off. So 11 damage still kills the creature. Still
Okay,
kills-
11 and then 5 damage to the slime.
Well, no damage to the slime because it doesn't actually deal half damage on a miss.
Oh, right. I need to update my macro. Okay. So that recharges my Dark Reaping as well as my Fell Might. That was my standard action. My minor action, I'm going to use my Armor of Dark Majesty to curse the Chaos Bender.
Okay.
Actually, let me make sure that's right.
I think it's within 10.
5 squares. Yeah, because I'm closer to the other one.
Yeah.
Yep. And then I'm going to move 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces here.
I
Actually, maybe I'll-
curse you. Run away.
I'll
Run
go
adjacent.
here. What was that?
I said run adjacent.
Run
I-
adjacent?
no.
Not run away.
Oh. Yeah, and that'll be it for me.
All right. Green slime numero uno is in an area of sadness and is going to try to engulf Griffle with a terrible penalty. 18 versus your reflex, Griffle.
Yep, that'll do it.
Right, you are now grabbed, so you take 7 damage now, and anytime that the ooze takes or the slime takes damage, you will take. Oh, I was talking to myself, but it was an 18 versus reflex. So 7 damage to you, and the escape DC is 18. Griffle,
Shit.
begin your turn. You take 10 acid damage.
Shit. What kind of action is it to escape?
So a move action is escape, and you choose either you roll athletics versus the target's fortitude, or you roll. So it's either athletics versus fortitude, acrobatics versus reflex, or you can roll either athletics or acrobatics versus a DC if it's given. So you can either make a DC 18 acrobatics or athletics check, or if you think one of those is better or worse than the defense of the creature, you can roll it against the creature instead.
Okay. I have no idea what would be the right thing. So
So basically,
I guess.
as Griffle, you can either try to scrape it off of yourself. That's the DC 18 or 18 check. Or you could try to basically grab the bits of the creature that you can get to and throw it off of you. That's athletics. If you don't think it has a very high fortitude. Or if you don't think it's going to be able to grab you quickly, you can just try to like worm your way out of it and try to like slide out of the grab.
Pretty decent athletics.
Okay.
I think I'd want to try that.
Okay. So is it throw it away from you? So you're making it.
Yeah. Yeet it. All right, here we go.
Unfortunately,
Uh,
that's 16. Actually, no. So that actually will work. Even on 4. Nice. So you get a slide at 1 square. Where do you want it to be?
Can I leave it right in front of me? Is that fine?
You can put it here, or you can leave it here.
Yeah, leave it where it is. That's fine.
Sounds good.
Okay. So then, I guess I want to hold up. So I'm gonna use my Dwarven Armor, Surgeless, regain my surge value.
Okay.
So that's a free action. Regain 11 HP.
Okay.
Cool. Because right now, okay, that puts me just above bloodied, so I feel a little bit better about that. And then I want to fucking donk this motherfucker.
Okay. So I assume quarry first.
I can't. Oh yeah, of course. Man, bonus damage. What? My quarry rolls are always 2s.
Well, I mean, your attack rolls seem to be mostly 1s, so
Yeah.
Ouch.
so 11 to 13 points of damage to the slime. It is
Yep.
very.
Oh, that's my turn. I will continue to hold the line.
All right, 1, you're up.
All right. So with this chaos bender, it has partially broken down the door, but it has not fully broken down the door.
Yep, it is
Correct.
not fully broken down the door yet.
So if I were to attack it, how much cover does it have?
Partial cover, so it's got +2 to defenses.
Okay.
Unless, of
that
course, you can see into the room. If you did like a kind of what it did, where it looked into the room and then it did a burst on the other side of the room. If you used a burst inside of the room, it wouldn't have cover from that.
Oh, gotcha. True. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's try that. So, where would I need to be?
Closer, I think, because I think yours are all area verse 10, right?
Yeah.
Or area 1 within 10. So you need to be 2 squares closer to be able to burst in the room.
Like here. But then it could see me.
Yeah. So
Or
this
could I be
square,
like,
because you need to be able to designate one of the targets. I guess technically you can do it from use his square, I guess.
okay. I would like to be somewhere where he cannot see me. Like, could I do up here?
I mean, the thing is if you can see him, he can see you, and you need the same thing to be able to burst each other.
Hmm. Yeah, that's not ideal. But okay. Yeah, I guess I'll come down here because I don't want to be in a burst with Morin or Philly if I can help it.
Okay.
Okay, so I will cast here. I'll do just dishearten, I think.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna augment it. 27.
Is it psychic damage? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the 27 is definitely going to connect, and it is going to get the -2 penalty to attack rolls. However, when your spell sort of explodes into the room and you see your dishearten, the actual like ripple in the air that happens around your psionics being used,
Mm-hmm.
you hear this almost like bird-like caw, and you can feel your psionic energies being consumed by the bender as it eats the spell.
Oh. Can I do a monster knowledge check?
Yep.
Cool.
So let's see. Skill check. And I remember one of the things I wanted to do between sessions, which is to get. Okay, so with the 31, with 31, I told you what you rolled. You rolled really well. So with the monster knowledge check, you can tell it has the same sort of elemental resistances that the other ones do. It is very resistant to psychic damage. So it has what's called a threshold resistance. So if he takes less than 15 psychic damage from an attack, he will instead regain health equal to the damage of the attack. If he takes more than 15, he takes the damage as normal. So if you hit him for 20 points of psychic damage, he takes 20. You hit him for 10 points of psychic damage, he heals 10.
Gotcha.
Well,
might not be my guy.
If we lose by 12 hit points,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know that this creature also carries the Abyssal Plague, and it doesn't seem to have any elemental energies of anything like that. Like it can absorb elemental attacks from other things, but it's just going to be a creature that can bite and claw and tear to people. Like it's faster and more mobile than the brute creatures that you guys just fought on the other side, but it's It's not like more of a caster. It's still kind of a beast.
Okay. But it did cast something, right?
It did cast something. It cast an area spell, but it probably can't do that very much.
Okay.
So
I think that
basically,
is.
you think that that ability is its only sort of supernatural ability that it has.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. Well, that is my turn.
Green slime number 3. Up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Engulf. Crit. Crit for 9. Yep. So 9 points of acid damage, and Griffle is grabbed once again. Our bender. So the bender is going to make a check. Start of his turn. Ooh. So Bender takes its claws, reaches into the center of the door, and finishes ripping the door off. And then you see it sort of pull its arms forward. And then when it latches its arms onto the inside of the wall and starts to pull itself through, you can see it has almost no flesh on its body. Like it is this incredibly emaciated, slightly bat-like looking thing with these huge, skinny, leathery wings. And when it lashes itself on, it throws itself forward and with one flap of its wings lands in the room here. And it is going to basically charge and bite at one of many.
Yep, that makes sense.
But she just healed it.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Ask
Alright.
and you shall receive, says me, because I threatened Gary.
9
Yeah.
points of damage.
Wait, say that again?
19 points of damage to use.
19. Okay.
Gary, where's the button to keep
Oh.
causing crits? Because you did 2 in a row and I keep rolling 1s, so I need that button.
It's a DM only button for when one of the players taunts about the combat being easy.
Damn
Taunt.
it!
I can't even activate it myself. Basically, I just get this little warning. Roll 20 says, one of your players taunted you. Would you like to crit them? And then I just hit yes.
It's got full cover from me and Griffle, right? If we were
Yes, it does.
right on the other.
That seemed very effective. So he's going to do that again.
Ugh.
Just kills one. I'm sorry. Are you kidding me?
Nope.
What?
Jesus.
Another 19.
I've caused
Okay.
awful pain. I'm sorry, team.
Snap,
Gary?
snap, 0.
I
I guess now
feel
you know why they locked this guy in his own special room.
I feel like you're cheating. Just something about these last 3 rolls feels wrong.
Sorry.
I shouldn't be laughing because it's horrifying.
Phil, you're up.
I had a plan, and then that happened, and I heard a loud crash. Are you unconscious?
Yes.
Yes, she's unconscious.
Oh my god.
Do you have one of the resurrecty things that many of us have?
Nope.
She's got 2 stacks of abyssal plague. If that
Yeah. Man. I thought I knew what I was going to do, and now this thing just bunged it up. I thought it was weak. Okay. I will move here. One. Actually, what's the... If I wanted to move to this square, Gary, if it would snap to the center, please. This one?
Mhm.
Do I have to use extra movement for that? That's 5.
Nope. That's fine.
Okay, and then I will cast... I didn't want to do this, but I will.
I'm gonna cast Iron to Glass on the Chaos Bender. 22 versus Reflex.
22 reflex. I'm almost positive it's going to connect. Yes. Sorry, I realized that he actually had a penalty to attack rolls that I didn't include when I was rolling, but it doesn't matter because of crits. So yeah, 22 reflex hits. So -4 to melee damage rolls. Okay.
Yes, and then I will cast Blackened Soul on one of many. Oh wait, am I in range? Frick.
You are. You're 5 away.
Oh, perfect. Blackened Soul. One of many,
Cool.
you're alive.
Thank you. 2 healing surges. All right.
You stupid bird. You ruined all of my plans.
Okay, so spend your healing surges, regain your health.
Oh, speaking of healing surges, mine should be topped off.
And Drock, you're up.
Okay, so I take damage at the start of my turn.
Technically, yes. So you have 2 things that happen at the start of your turn. You can choose the order of them. So if you teleport out of range within constant location, you will no longer be grabbed and can not take the damage. But
Good,
that means
because that's what I was going to do anyway.
Okay, well, then do that.
Yeah, because I figure we're splitting our damage a lot, which was fun when all the beasts were here, but I should stop splitting the damage and try and actually take out this green slime and help Griffle out. And then go after the bender. So I'm going to use Inconstant Location, go here. I'm going to hit the green slime with Spectral Legion.
Okay.
And I get now +2 to hit, right?
Yep, you're flanking, so +2 to hit. Keep in mind, so Griffle, you're grabbed by slime 3, correct?
Pretty sure. Yeah, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
go
why I picked this slime. And I get, because it's bloodied, I get 2 extra damage roll. Oh, nice. 30. Oh, hit for 15.
Splat.
Okay, and I'm going to action point and heal.
So second wind?
Yeah. With my Diamond Cincher for 2 healing surges.
You can't diamond cincher. I think you mean with amulet.
No, Diamond Cincher. Oh, right. That one takes something, doesn't it?
Takes an
sec.
action. I mean, you can, I guess, but there's no reason to do it. You have the amulet, so.
No, but I'm not wearing the amulet. I'm wearing the parry at proof.
Okay. That's fair then. All right.
No, so yeah, the Diamond Cincher works.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
So yeah, I'll have to use it, which minuses 1 fortitude, but that's okay.
I
So
would
that's-
consider checking this machine over here to make sure more slimes don't spawn.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I will shout. That's what I was gonna do.
Slime number 4. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't know what that thing does. And it can't get to anybody. So it's just going to double move over here. Oh, are you going to be there, Drock?
What do you mean? Sorry.
You end your turn. Are you going to be where you end your turn?
Oh, I have to, yeah, because I use the inconstant at the start.
Right, but it's start and end.
I thought it was start or end. 1 second.
I think you can take it as the first and last action. First or last action of your turn, yeah. So, and it's a free action, so you can do it every turn if you want to.
Oh, but it says first or last.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it both.
Oh, okay. You know what? No, then. Well, I don't know. I think I should go deal with that Chaos Bender as well, then.
Yes. Help. Griffle's like, I'll be fine. Help the others.
So yeah, I'll teleport down here then.
Okay. You teleport into the chaos field.
Maybe just outside. Yeah, actually just there for now, because I can charge in.
Okay. Green slime. He doesn't know what that space of tentacle thingies does, so he's just going to come down here. He's going to double move to get close and end. Because he
That's
doesn't know
just
what
like
that
a nice, cool shower.
Stupid slime.
Morin, you're up. I mean,
Okay,
he,
so
he also has very low speed, so difficult terrain is not the best.
okay, so one is back up.
One is, well, I mean, she's prone and granted combat advantage, but she's conscious.
I am.
Yeah.
Not what I
So
would.
for prime shot, does an unconscious ally count as somebody closer?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Didn't matter anyway. Okay, then I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna use Arcane Prodigy, which gives me a +2 to my next damage roll. Yeah. And then I am going to cast.
Gary, I just read the term multi-class, and it made me think multi-pass.
Yep.
Multi-pass.
Arcane
gonna-
Prodigy then? Next.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Upsetting Onslaught.
He's preparing to be upset.
Yes, he is. There's no attack modifiers on him, right?
Nope.
Okay. 11 versus Will. Jesus Christ.
Nope.
Okay.
Our new players will remain cursed.
What was that?
Our new players remain cursed.
Yeah, I will go ahead and action point
Okay.
and cast. I'll cast Hand of Blight. I'm not excited about it, but don't have an attack modifier. Do not have my Fell Might, but I do have Dark Reaping. Does it? Jesus Christ. Nope. That doesn't hit either.
All right. So Morin continues to roll d4s to attack with, and
Mhm. And that'll be it.
all right, Cripple, go ahead.
I'm just finishing up. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing, but I'm just finishing up making the last decision, which is. So I'm still grabbed, right? And it's a move action to get out of that.
Yep. And so
How much
10.
damage do I take at the start of my turn?
10.
10. Right. So I'm going to make an athletics check to get out of that as a move action.
Okay.
So let's go check to get out of that.
Yep. So you can slide it one square if you want.
Cool. Yeah, I'll push it back to just the square behind it. Yeah, that one. Okay. So hang on. So there's the square that you just got rid of. That was difficult terrain, but it's gone now. Is that correct?
Yeah, it ended when Morin ended his turn.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to use a minor to heal myself. Healing word. So surge plus 1d6. Bonk. Okay, cool. So 14. Hey, there we go. And then I think I'm going to drop my move to a minor and do Invigorating Stride. So I get to shift my Wiz mod, which I think is 4.
Mm-hmm.
I have to end not adjacent to enemies, and at the end of it, I can use my second wind.
Yep.
So 5 surges. Okay, so I can move 4. So
There's no way I can get close enough.
What are you trying to do?
So I was trying to. So one is still bloodied, right?
One is still bloodied, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I was trying to proc the Talk of Justice. Bloodied allies in 5 gain 10 temp HP.
I gotcha. No, you're not gonna be able to get close enough.
But I don't think I can get quite close. Wait, hang on. Wait, one. Does it work over line of sight?
As long as you need line of effect. So if you get to there, you're 5 away.
Okay.
1, 2.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can get there. Let's do that. So then I blow my second wind. So plus 11. Minus 1 surge. And 1, you gain 10 temp HP.
And did you pick a torque target for when you healed?
No, I did not. I will pick a. I'll pick the Chaos Bender. Actually, yeah, no, I will pick the Chaos Bender.
Okay. So I'm gonna mark it with a little boot too, even though it's not really what's going on.
Is that too?
So she gets +2 to hit that target until the end of her next turn.
Attack
Gotcha.
and damage.
Yeah, +2 to attack and damage.
Cool.
And
All
that's
right.
me done.
One of many.
Okay, so I am prone, so I have to use my half my movement to stand up.
Your movement action to stand up.
Just my whole movement action. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so I will do that. And then I will use my minor action to shift 2 with my Boots of the Fencing Master. And then I will cast Dishearten here. So that should get both of those slimy boys.
Okay.
And I'll augment 2. And so I have from Billy +4 to hit and +4 damage.
Sounds right.
It is. Yes, it's both.
Is it hit and damage for?
It might be +4 to hit and +2 to damage. Because the plus. Wait, let me double check that. I need to
the-
work on wording.
Make the rolls, and then we'll figure it out in a minute.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll it without a mod then.
Yeah, roll it without mods, and then we'll update. Hang on.
Yes, +4 to attack, 2 to damage. I need to reword that.
Okay. And I think my macro did not work right. I rolled a 12, it didn't add the mod. Is that right? Looks like
All right, sorry. So I think you put a plus in there somewhere, and it didn't
Yeah.
have your mod.
Okay,
yeah, I
should
think I
be-
deleted the mod. So that should be 23 + 4 and 22 + 4 to hit. And then does 18 damage.
All right, so Blackened Soul does attack +2 power 2.
Yeah, and then we get Battle Cleric's Lore, which is +2, and then damage is +2 from Blackened Soul. So it's
Right.
4 +4 +2.
Yep. So +4 to hit, +2 to damage.
Yes.
So the answer is Battle Cleric's Lore is an untyped thing. It stacks with basically everything. Which is part of the reason that it's broke-ass overpowered.
Dope. I have a +4 to my next attack.
Which is great, as long as it's not fun. All right, so 20 points of damage to these guys, right? Or no?
No, 18.
18. They are both bloodied.
Cool.
Nicely done.
Thanks.
And it's disheartened, so they also have -3 to hit.
Yes.
They are in the complete other room and they're very slow. So, anything else from one of many?
I think that'll do it.
All right, slimy boys. 1, 2, 3. So it can move and charge and get to Griffle. So slam at -2. Moving along. The Bender. Bender's going to take one big flap of its wings and land here.
And then it's
Naturally.
gonna do a at-will burst.
How did you guess?
As a free
Because-
action.
and then it's got an action point and then shit on you.
So cast Frenzy of Claws. So it lashes out in every direction with its claws. 21 versus Phil, 22 versus Griffle, 27 versus Drock, and 25 versus 1.
So that's just hits all around, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's with it?
Yes.
Uh,
Miss on
He
me.
misses me.
Gary, can we get rid of that button that maxes your dice rolls?
So
And
he's at 4 damage. So Iron to Glass increases by 2 every hit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
yes.
So I missed someone. Who did I miss?
Morin
Me.
didn't get it.
Well, Morin wasn't in the thing. I didn't miss anything.
Okay.
So
Well,
No, you missed me.
22 doesn't hit your reflex? There's no way.
Oh, reflex. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
So it's 8 points of damage to Phil, 6 points of damage to Griff, 4 points of damage to Drock, and 2 points of damage to 1.
okay.
We go.
And then because of that miss, it's 0 points of damage to me.
And then it's maxed out on Iron to Glass, right?
It's maxed out on Iron Glass at -10, yes.
Yes. It absolutely shit on.
Did that 8 have the -4 in it already?
It did, yeah, which is why he got an 8 as his max roll.
Got it. I just don't see it
What-
in the macro, but that's fine.
You're using the nuclear icon for the thing, right? The plague
Yep.
roll.
Mm-hmm. And 1 is at 4 now.
Oh my god.
Wouldn't I be at 4 as well? Because I was at 3.
Then you're at 4, yeah.
Are there oranges on the ship? Can we get rid of scurvy?
He does not have an action point or anything reasonable to do with a minor action, so he is done. Phil, you're up.
What's his aura do? Do we know?
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
That's
he
what you call
can
it.
move you.
Gary, okay, one, does the demon have reach? Like, can I move safely away?
You are adjacent to the creature, so no.
Oh, so I always can move away. Okay.
I mean, you're adjacent to the creature, so if you move, you're going to provoke because you're adjacent. Because that's every creature has threatens the squares next to them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But also, one knows that he does not
Okay.
have reach.
Secondarily, can I save? I can't save against the Abyssal Plague roll, right?
No,
Okay.
it's just
so
at the end, you can make a save.
casting Sacred Flame does nothing, and I don't know why I took that because I never cast it.
I don't know your life.
Okay, let me quarter.
Oh, shit.
What's up?
Would this be? So we're considering me being able to see this slime number 4. I might just cast to hit all.
You
three.
can see, but he'll have cover.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, I'll cast Hand of Radiance to hit all 3 enemies.
Yeah, he has normal cover.
That's a crit on the slime.
The guy with cover,
Fuck that slime.
he is dead. You can sort of see that guy. You shoot this little missile, and it sort of like winds its way around the boxes and around the door, and just straight into the creature.
And then 21 versus the slime 3.
Also dead.
And then 19 versus reflex versus the big boy.
And do you have anything that prevents you from provoking attacks when you make a range attack?
I can't remember if it was
You-
Belt Branch doing it, or if it was Holy. Does Holy Symbol expertise?
It does not. It used to be Belled Branch. So
Yes, so I do not any longer.
cool. Well,
Also, oh no, Griffle wasn't grabbed that time by the slam, was she?
no, she pieced away.
Good, good.
Snappy.
Wait,
Oh.
did my thing hit? By the way, I just want to know.
Yes, that 11 is wrong. So it should be 6 less. Whatever that is, 5. 5 points of damage.
Why is it 6 less?
Because I built the initial -4. I just built into his token. So
Oh.
that's with -4 instead of -10.
Got it.
Because it was very easy to build -4, and I can build -10 in now. It's just I didn't do it initially.
Got it.
And-
And I get to make another saving throw. Wow.
Yeah, isn't it great? Anything else from you? That is your. So you did hit it, and it did take damage.
Did anyone want to heal?
Ooh, it took thunder damage. I believe.
Yes.
Cool.
Hand Radiance is thunder damage.
Um,
Oh, it's got the thing.
Gary.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
What's
Let Philly finish his turn.
Yeah. Does anyone? Okay, I'm gonna repeat the question. Does anyone feel like they need to be healed at this time? Or can you pause?
I mean, I'm bloodied, but I have 10 hit points. I could be okay.
Okay, so I'll also say that the entire party gets to go before it gets to take a turn. And it's the only
Sure. I'm gonna heal Griffle then. Here you go, Griffle.
Yay!
Take your 1 health.
The only thing that beats it
Oh,
does not
right.
Oh
is-
wait, so wait, the bonus, the attack bonus doesn't stack, so I shouldn't heal Griffle.
I mean,
Oh, does it give an attack bonus?
yeah.
You could heal me. Lord knows I need an attack bonus.
Yeah, Morin, you can have a heal, whatever. I don't
I
care.
mean, as we've established, attack
You
bonuses
are
don't
made of
help ones.
you're made of paper, so
Oh, look, I get 1 additional hit point.
you can also spend a healing surge.
You get a surge +1, so you get whatever your surge value is +1.
Okay.
Drop that your turn. Mostly I'm just saying you guys should
So
pretty much go ahead.
just quickly while we're at the turn transition, I actually intended to use Hugh when the thing attacked on its turn, but I was indisposed, shall we say, and couldn't unmute and speak up at the time. Is it okay to retcon that in or nah?
Oh, yeah, you can do it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So it took 5 damage, so you'll take 2 less damage from this attack if the Mighty Hue connects. So regain 2 hit points if this connects. 20 versus AC. Hits.
Woo!
Decent amount of damage too.
Yeah,
So
the first you've done this battle.
Phil, that's not true. She did a bit of damage. One of the Phil, you
I
regain.
did Jaws at the start.
Yeah, Jaws hurt really bad. It was what, 38 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so now it's Drock's turn.
By the way, do we get combat advantage? Are we flanking it or not quite?
Move over 1, you are flanking it.
All right, I'll use my inconstant location to move over 1.
Okay.
Move
You're
me.
fine.
I'm here.
You no longer have a
Oh.
defense bonus.
Wait, did you slide me because of the end of my turn?
I slid you, yes.
Okay. You just didn't state that out.
Got it. Okay. And then I guess I'll just. Is it still not bloodied? Dang. Okay, well I'm just gonna hit it, I guess, with Spectral Legion.
Okay.
Yeah, don't think we haven't noticed that you haven't done that thing where you're like, you guys will probably kill it. We could just call the combat here.
Everyone knows every Gary monster has a I get bloodied, I explode thing. That
1, he doesn't have that, which you're going to find out here in a second, because does that have the
It
plus two
has
flank?
it has the
Yes.
+2, sadly.
So it does not connect. but mostly, it's because I want to see how many hits you guys take from the Abyssal Plague. Because
Oh yeah, no. I know. I'm on to you.
I'm on to you.
I will use Balmind's Demand on it, though.
Okay. It is marked.
And I think that's really all I can do. So I'm done.
Do you want to teleport at the end of your turn? Or do you want to stay there?
I'm going to stay there.
Okay. Morin, you're up.
Oh, of course you would.
I'm gonna move away. And I have a lovely +2 to attack that I'm really looking forward to whiffing with. Okay, we'll just do Hand of Blight again. No prime shot, attack modifier of 2. No Felmite. 14?
No.
We're just not doing great, guys.
So a total roll of basically 5 also doesn't work.
Yep.
Who invited these guys? No wonder the ship fell to us fumbling idiots.
Griffle, you're up.
It's probably good though,
Oh
because
my
it would have
god.
been psychic damage and healed it anyway.
I'm so
No,
excited
no.
for this. Okay, guys, listen to this, all right? So I quarry. I predatory eye. Here it is.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Wow.
Big
One.
rolls.
Yeah, big money, no win.
No. She just got the one out of the way so she can, roll crits with the other ice.
So I can roll. Okay, so I am going to twin strike. I have +6 to both attack rolls because of Battle Cleric's Law, Talk of Justice, and Combat Advantage, all 3 of which stack because 2 of them are untyped and one of them is a power bonus.
Sounds good.
So then I also have my situational bonus damage of 2 per hit.
And still only got 19?
It does. So 13 and 2 and 1. Wow. So 13 plus 4 is 17. It is bloodied.
So the 19 doesn't hit, I'm guessing.
It does not, unfortunately.
That is so unfortunate. I mean, it is a 3.
I mean, you rolled how many dice there? And you got a 7 on 1, and then you got a 1, a 3, a 1, and a 1? No, just a 1 and a 1.
Yeah. This is this could have been so huge.
Should have been a lot of damage. Rolled not with you.
I'm kind of sad now. That was my power move.
It is bloodied.
It's something.
Do you end your turn?
Yeah. 2 minors and a standard. Yep.
1, you're up.
All right. The problem is, you guys, all of my abilities are psychic.
Can you buff others instead of attacking?
No, that's not a thing I do. Let's see. So the only thing that I can do that's not psychic is Dimensional Scramble.
So the question is Griffle okay with being deafened for a round?
Yep, she's gonna have to be. Sorry, Griffle.
Just hit it with your staff.
You can always just yell at her to guard her ears for a second. If people are prepared for it, they might not be as deafened.
That's true.
It'd only be bad if it was an alarm going off in her brain.
Yeah.
Right. Still
Also, I don't
knowing
have a
it's
staff.
coming.
I could wave my orb at it. Okay, so I'll do Dimensional Scramble. I'll just do it over here so that it's not really an issue. And yeah, here we go. Let's see. Do I want to? Yeah, I guess it's seems kind of dumb, but I will augment because why not? Okay, and I get +4 to attack, and I get +2 to damage. And there we go.
Oh my god. There's all the good rolls.
I mean, only one of them is a good roll. The others are like almost definition of average. They're like 8s and 9s.
Yeah.
But 19 definitely connect. 15 points of damage. Which gets the words, describe your kill. What does it look like as you finish off the bender?
Okay, so I am teleporting it, so it winks out of existence. Griffle, I imagine, holds her head as a piercing alarm goes off. And then as the Chaos Bender appears back in this plane, it like just disintegrates apart and like crumples to the floor. Dead.
Dead indeed. All right. I'm going to line everybody up and saving throws.
Also, Gary, shouldn't I be at 4? Not that I want to be, but I thought that was 4 at this point.
I mean, then put yourself at 4. I
Oh, okay. Yeah.
didn't have to
Or-
be neither.
Did anyone even look at more in this the combat?
Morin got hit by something.
I got hit by the
something one time.
first burst from the Chaos Bender.
Oh, that's right, the little acid thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was just doused with a little bit of acid, so basically no damage.
Mhm.
Nothing bad happened from the adventurer's perspective. So Morin doesn't have any stacks, correct?
I dealt approximately as much damage as I took this round.
True.
Great
Uh,
job.
Griffle was fighting the slimes pretty much the whole time, and I think the only things that hit you that could have given you the stuff were the beasts, and they just missed you a bunch, right? So you didn't take any stacks. Correct?
So the Chaos Bender hit me one time. If that counts, then
Okay, then yes, so you have 1 stack. So roll me a saving throw, please. It is a normal garden variety, just D20.
or
You do
Nice.
not contract the plague. Phil,
oh, there's my good rolls.
This is probably the best time to do them.
Phil, give me 2 saves.
Fail once.
You have the first rank of Abyssal Plague, which I'll post in a second. 1, 4 saving throws, please.
All right. Nope.
And Drock, 4 saving throws, please.
Okay. So I'm going to use Hobgoblin Discipline once, if that works.
I don't remember what that does. I think it's the start of your turn, yada, 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 right?
It's just an encounter free action.
Right, but the trigger.
Oh, yeah,
Is-
trigger, you start your turn subjected to an effect.
Yeah, this doesn't really work for that, but I'd be okay with you using that for one of them, sure.
Okay, and then 3 more saving throws?
Yep, 3 more.
Well, that sucks.
That's 13 is fine.
Good
Oh, is it?
enough.
Yeah, you need a 10 or higher.
And then 2 more, right?
That's another one.
Wait, can you roll one more real quick?
Nice.
I just want to see if the ruling. Yeah, roll one more. Let's see if the ruling for Hobgoblin Discipline actually saved you.
Whew.
And it did.
Oh.
So
What do I feel?
it was posted in the Discord about what it does by someone else, but I'll also copy pasta the disease. So stage 1.
Wait, Wait, this
So- does that.
So what stage is, because one's the only one that failed, right? What stage is one at?
One is not the only one that failed. So Phil's failed as well.
Oh,
So Phil and one are both at stage 1 of the disease.
target dies.
yeah, stage 3 is brutal, guys. And Gary, at stage 3, can you actually get rid of it, or are you just stuck with it forever? Because I can't find a way to. The way I read it is you can't get rid of it.
So basically, how all diseases work is whenever you take an extended rest, you can try to treat the disease. So, well, there's a couple ways. One, you can just get something that takes the disease off of you. There are several rituals and spells and things that remove disease. So that's one. Thing two is you can have someone try to take care of you, or you can try to recover the disease during an extended rest. So the end of the extended rest, every person can attempt to help somebody or help themselves recover from a disease. You make either a heal check to help someone else recover, or you make an endurance check so that you recover. If you get do better than what you need to, then you go down one stage or you recover. And if you do worse than the DC of the disease, then you get worse. So,
But at stage 3, the check says like 12 to 23 no change, and 24 or higher you transform.
yeah, so you stay at stage 3 if you get 12 to 23.
So how do you go from stage 3 to stage 2?
There's no normal way. Like, you're not going to recover naturally. So the only way to get it is to have it taken off of you by something like remove disease or abolish affliction, or one of those. Remove affliction, abolish disease. I said the backwards.
Ouch.
Did one's monster check, like, do we know that this is Abyssal Plague?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, your character knows that this is the Abyssal Plague.
Right.
So you did not need a monster knowledge check to know this. So
Okay.
you guys would know what the Abyssal Plague does. You can look it up in the compendium. But yeah. So
Griffle, can you ask Plucky if anything on the ship can get rid of this? If they've had creatures in the lab that can give the Abyssal Plague, I'm sure there's a cure around here too.
Yes, Plucky! What's the cure for Abyssal Plague? Hurry!
the DM is going to see if I can remember. I want to. Well, one of the rituals contained within the thing will work. I don't know if it's the one you want to use, but let me check real quick. Okay, so the ship will respond. Several of the rituals contained within the ritual table, the ritualist lectern, so the runic leyline focus, have the capability of removing the disease.
Which ones?
I was just looking through them and I don't see.
So on the manifest, it's lesser restoration, and it will also edit that should the subject die, they can also be resurrected and will no longer have the disease.
So
What
no
if they
harm
turn
done.
into a chaos beast?
It's not too bad, guys.
Unless they, Chaos Beast, and we have to kill them that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't say it was a perfect answer, but lesser restoration will take it off.
Heal check result effect on target 8 or lower. Death.
What? With how we've rolled today, we are not doing that one today.
It's level 8 too. It's like it's black for us. We can't do this.
Oh dang.
So,
But yeah, that's what's in the Elementals lab.
Thanks, Morn.
Cool.
If this is your definition of no harm will come to us, it's perfectly safe.
Yeah, this
We're-
is the safe option.
Yeah, we're golden.
All I
Well-
want to say is that fight was not that bad, Morin. Leaving was not the correct
Listen.
choice.
So the fight might not have
Stop.
been bad, but the lingering effects of this Abyssal Plague could be quite bad.
I feel fine in like a boil, like
Pops up on my nose or something.
So the ship's recovery rate has gone to 8. So the question for you guys, because we're getting close to the end of session, but this is day 4. So you've got
Day 3.
I thought day 3 was your day 3 was the montage day, right? No, day 2 is the montage day, right? This is day 3. So this is day 3. Do you guys want to try to spend the rest of the day relaxing? Do you guys want to try to go and do something else in the ship? What's the group's plan here?
Well, first off, the idea that we had during the battle of check that machine won't spawn more ooze is probably a good one to finish.
So I would say that one, with the amount of time and with access to Plucky, you can get that the machine is designed to channel energies from beyond the Elendar. So it's not going to create more oozes unless more summonings from other planes happen in this area. So it can't make any more right now, but if people start summoning things in the lab, it will use some of the energy to create oozes.
So how do we turn that off?
Yeah, yeah.
Hit off button. And turns off.
It's never that simple.
And I'm not joking. Like there is, and it's in Primordial, but it is clearly labeled that there is an off switch. You just flip the off switch.
And what about that weird platform that the Chaos Beast thing in the bottom right? Is that dangerous at all?
That is very dependent on your definition of the word dangerous.
My definition, not Morin's.
So that circle is filled with all kinds of writing and runes. About half of it is in Primordial and about half of it is in Elven. And the Elven is in common enough Elven that I think both One and Syl can read it. And it's pretty easy to tell that it is a summoning circle. This is how they were summoning the creatures, and they were summoning it into this room, which on the inside was fairly well reinforced. The creature must have had a significant amount of time in here to weaken it to the point of being able to escape. And then it had motivation to escape.
So that won't activate without, again, external forces.
Right, so you could if you wanted to summon Chaos Beasts, you could do so from this ritual circle with the correct ritual, but it doesn't do anything on its own. Yeah, if Foxy, if you're not feeling well, by all means, just dip out. I hope you can have some time to take care of yourself and feel better.
Sorry, I wanted to stick out the rest of combat, but I'm fading pretty fast, so
it's all good.
I'm sorry.
No, you made it near the end. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, take off. Feel better.
I'll watch the recording to get what happens in the end of the session. But
the only thing I will ask real quick is, does Griffle have a vote on what to do for the rest of the day? Is she on board with taking the rest of the day to take it easy, or are you going to be voting for trying to push on either to the Reach or to deal with the other lab?
So Griffle kind of wants to get people cured, so maybe wants to suggest investigating whether or not we can cast this ritual and whether or not we think it's likely to be safe for us to do so.
Okay.
But then I guess taking it easy for the rest of the day seems like a good idea as well.
All right. So moving things from combat initiative. So after everything is sort of settled down, Morin, you can get access to the terminal that's inside of that main room where the Chaos Beasts were. Mm-hmm. And you can look through and see that there's a lot of information on different things inside of the ship and the way the elemental bindings work and things like this. You know that you're going to need a significant amount of time in order to do this. However, if you do have a significant amount of time, something in the order of 2 or 3 days to study the information that is contained here, you will get a bonus for skills that are affected by the information that's in here.
Cool.
AKA knowledge. You'll get a bonus for ritual magics and assisting rituals that are binding or involve elementals.
Cool. I'm going to spend some time looking through these files. I'm going to see if I can find anything on this abyssal plague, and see if the rituals that they've used are the only way they've treated this.
So
And go ahead.
okay. So there's a ton of documentation about the abyssal plague that's in the thing. So you'll be able to get the glossary entry of abyssal plague and know what the DCs are and all that sort of stuff. This is
Mhm.
something that they have very in-depth notes on. You'll also know that the two chaos beasts that were here were not summons. They were previous participants in experiments that
Ah,
got contracted the plague to the fullest extent, and
Mhm.
then were augmented slightly in order to produce the beast. So mechanically, effectively, what they did is they gave the creature a huge or the participant, the subject, gave them a huge bonus to their skill check for the final stage of the disease.
okay.
So to sort of force the
Yeah, intentionally.
Mm.
Um,
So that's what One and Phil are going to become.
well,
I mean,
I think
If
if we
I'm lucky.
want to have a couple, then yeah, we could do that here, and I would know how.
I just look at you angrily.
Now, Gary, you might have to remind me, or maybe I see this when I'm looking through the computer, but I thought that there was a second Chaos Bender on the ship.
There was.
And is that what I saw get destroyed by the Furnace Dragon?
You're not sure what. So you saw that, like before everything else, you saw one of the beasts get destroyed because there used to be 3 beasts. So you don't know where the other bender is. If you go and investigate the room that the bender was trapped in, you will see that there's remnants and bits and pieces of parts from the bender. So there were 2 in that room, but they were locked in the room together for a long time, and now there's only 1.
Okay. All right. Whew. um. Yeah. So then I think at this point, Morin would want to spend that time reading through these files. Like that's the whole reason he's here.
Okay. So
But I guess if you guys are going into into the Wilds lab, and like want or need assistance, I'm happy to help. But this is where I'll be prioritizing my time, at least until we get to the Reach.
I think Philly and I should go check out this ritual table real quick.
Okay. So the lesser restorations that are on there are the spell Remove Affliction. So the thing. So basically, you count as 2 levels higher when you cast a ritual through the table. So you guys are level 5, yes?
Yes.
So you will count as level 7 when casting through the table, which means the ritual is still 1 level higher than your ability to cast. So you will have to have a separate sort of skill challenge to see how the magic works when it completes the ritual and the magic is not properly contained. So that can be very bad things. It can be things that are neutral. It can be things that are whatever. It's basically wild magic. So you can only control some of the magic from the ritual, and some of it's going to fire off uncontrolled.
I just want to clarify. I can also just attempt to, like, think really hard, and the disease can go away during a long rest, right?
So yeah, so at the end of a long rest, you can make an endurance check. Endurance is the thing you're going for.
Yes.
So let me pull up.
Like, close my eyes and clench and like think the disease away, basically.
Not how it works.
Aren't you like a cleric? Don't you just like cure diseases? What's your deal, man?
Cleric of what, though? You know,
Yeah,
I
that's a
like
great
to think
question.
I bring death to the folks, not life to others.
So here's how this works. So if you take an extended rest while you have the disease, you're going to make a check, and you guys can look at your endurance checks or look at other people's heal checks and be able to make this decision. So if you get a 16 or higher, you're cured. If you get a 12 to 15, you're still at stage 1, so you're still minus your healing surge. If you get an 11 or lower, you get worse and you go to stage 2.
Oh, that doesn't seem worth. Or worth.
Yeah, as a person with very low endurance, I
Is
doubt my
What
ability.
about a heal check?
Is anyone trained in heal? Is the question.
No, I'm not trained in healing.
No.
Nope.
No. But is that the only way you can help someone, Gary? Because you did say you can help others.
Yes, so you help others with a heal check. I think
I'm
not
still
sure.
here, and I think I'm trained in heal.
I was gonna say, I think she is the only one that's trained in heal. So she is trained in heal. So she has a plus 12 to her check. So whoever Griffle watches over for an extended rest, which is one person,
That means you
person,
literally can't fail.
yes, you can't get worse while Griffle is watching you for the extended rest.
Oh, so then chances are that roll will cure one person one extended rest, and then worst case, the other guy goes to stage 2, worst case, and then Griffle just starts working with them, and then they either get better or stay at stage 2 for a bit.
Yeah, now stage 2 is rough. So at stage 2, you have growths over 50% of your body. You take a -2 to all of your non-will defenses, and you're permanently slowed.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen to me.
Even if you recover, you're still permanently slowed.
No, it's just you're slowed as long as you're under stage 2.
Oh, Right,
not-
right. Okay.
Yeah, so you're just the reason
It's like-
it's the entire time that you're under the disease.
I have a very dark joke related to this. It's not.
Also,
It's not
just a
D&D polio, Griffle. There's your dark joke.
Philly, what was your
Oh,
check
damn.
though? How good is your check?
Oh, not good. I also am not trained in healing.
and
No,
healing only somebody else. So what's your endurance? I think is what he's asking.
Yeah,
Plus
you're-
4. That's not that good.
So
So
yeah.
sorry, Gary, were you saying that my heal check can replace their endurance check?
Yeah, so the way it works is when you're trying to recover from a disease, either you make a heal check, you make an endurance check to recover, or one player that's not doing anything else for the extended rest can focus on trying to help someone recover, and then they make a heal check and use that instead of the target's endurance check.
That means that I don't get a rest though, correct?
It means you can't do anything else during the rest. You still get the benefits of a rest, but you can't be on watch or do anything like that.
Right, okay.
Dang. I guess I sure got the disease. I have plus 11 to my endurance check. I don't know. I still think if Griffle watched over one, healed up one, then watched over Philly, would probably go good. And we're going to have one extended rest before we get to the Reach. If it goes badly, then we just stay on the ship and use the table, whatever it's called, to do the heals at that point. I don't think it's worth doing them today.
I look at a boil on my arm in horror and nod at Drak.
All right. So then the question becomes, so that sounds like nobody has any objections to that being the plan. The next question becomes, should Brain.
Should we rest or go to the other lab?
Correct. Do you rest or go to the other?
Can Plucky tell us if there's any more creatures or elementals or anything in the other lab? We should have checked here first, but we don't want to walk into another surprise. If it's crowded, I don't know if we can survive another fight without a rest.
So I don't know if Griffle is actually gone or not. Nice.
Probably.
I've gone to lie down and rest, but I thought while I'm resting, I might as well still listen.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll assume that you're gone and just have you be listening in. So You ask the computer. So you ask Plucky, and Plucky will give you a response. And it will say, Laboratory 3 is currently overrun. So
Yeah, I vote for relaxing the rest of the day, resting, trying to, get Griffle to heal 1 and all that.
So let's see. 8, 10. So it will say there are currently 13 individuals in Laboratory 3 that are outside of their containments.
Yeah, we're not dealing with that today.
How many are inside their containments?
No creatures remain inside of containments.
Okay.
You get that little humming, like she gets that little humming background thing and says, sensors are unable to detect if 13 has yet to become 14.
Oh, yay!
I say we take care of it now.
All right, you'll tank this one?
Well, why can't you?
I'm used my diamond cincher, and I don't have a lot of healing left. I don't want to get hit by 13 things.
There's like 13, like, it doesn't say what things. It could be like 13 rats. It could be 13 mosquitoes.
I mean, bunnies do reproduce fast. Maybe that's why 13's becoming 14. It could just be bunnies. Just not the
Yeah,
one from
can,
Monty Python.
Can Plucky tell us the nature of the uncontained entities in Lab 3?
So rather than talking as Plucky without Griffle here, I'll just sort of translate what Griffle tells you, which is that she kind of groans and says she does not have clearance. She's not designated as a laboratory technician of Laboratory 3 or an officer.
Can we walk to the door and look in? Like, are they glass doors like in the lab we found more in, or are they solid doors that we can't see through?
So there is a window into Laboratory 3, and you can look into it, and it's completely dark. If you shine a little light, you can see that there's a cylinder. So you look in, and inside of there, there's a cylinder that reminds you a lot of the sort of entrance cylinders in the library, in On's library, where it would kind of turn you around and send you to the main part of the library. You can see on the far side of the wall, there's some controls. Basically, yeah, your characters probably don't have this as a reference, but you're looking at an elevator.
Oh.
So there's a lift here, and you can't see further into it because the lift is currently up.
I still think we've taken a lot of damage. I think. Well, I guess a short rest we could heal a lot. But
anyways. Right?
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh?
Short rest is pretty much automatic, right?
Yeah. We always assume a short rest, yeah. Unless I state otherwise, which is going to be really rare. So
Yeah, you guys take your time until you're feeling better. I say cheerfully from the admin table.
So it sounds so Morin's vote is you would go if they go, but your vote is to relax for the day because you got stuff to research.
Yeah. I will follow the party into the Wilds lab.
Okay.
But until then.
I think it doesn't hurt to wait, and especially, out of character, to have Foxy and Blake here.
Yeah, more
That'll be
people to
better.
fight.
We're not going to start if there is a fight there, we're not going to start it with 30 minutes left of the session anyways. I'm just trying to get
True.
Yeah.
a decision made.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I'm up for definitely exploring more. My vote originally was to go to that lab first, but we came here thinking it would be the safe bet.
I mean, I will say that even to the uninitiated, you would notice that the creatures here were significantly weakened. Like they were very frail. Not that that was super helpful because it was still a little rough. But so you get for taunting the DM. Then I just like two-shot people.
Yeah.
So yeah, Drock, do you have a? So your vote is to wait. What is Phil's vote?
I would be willing to go right now.
Is that your vote though? Let's go right now.
That is my vote.
All right, and one.
I mean, I still have pretty much all of my resources, but if Drac feels like he's really tapped out, and I don't know
No,
what dailies
I'm
people's
going
use.
through. I've only used one daily.
Oh, then yeah, let's do it.
It's my big teleport one, but I mean, I have other dailies and a couple other things, and I guess yeah, most of my healing surges, so it doesn't really matter. I just can't. I'll possibly need, other people to use like healing word and stuff if it gets rough.
Oop,
Cool.
That's doesn't want me to delete this page. No, don't delete the page. Move them to the armory. So sounds like the actual answer is go to the next place. Go to the labs and then have a little bit longer to recover.
So let me ask you real quick though. So at the end of combat, I lose my temporary hit points, right?
Yes,
But I can do my healing surges.
correct.
Okay.
Anybody want to bloody up an apricot?
No.
Yeah, actually, should have done that before the other lab, but I have the healing surges on my token aren't working, by the way, Gary.
They look like they're working on my end.
It says 8. I have 11 because I had 14. I've used 3 since then. And it's not updating the tokens correctly. But yeah, so I have 11. I could do, because I can only use really one surge.
Oh. Hang on.
Yeah.
I see what's wrong. I think it might be. Where's your character? Drock.
It says 11 now. I thought you just fixed it.
I manually fixed it, but the default thing is still broken. So let me fix it real quick.
Oh yeah, I had been doing my token and my sheet on the previous one, but when you moved me here, it messed up again. So figured it was the token for sure.
No, default token. It's fine. I'll fix it.
Okay, but yeah, I have 11 surges. I can only use 1, maybe 2 during the battle, so I might as well get everyone a bloodied orange apricot thing.
Well, I only used one healing surge, so I can use one on an apricot as well.
I only have one healing surge. So I would take one.
Is that one with your -1 penalty?
Yep.
Okay.
How many apricots are actually left?
A lot. I haven't. It's on the manifest, but I think it's like 16 or something.
And,
I can look at it in a minute, but
Yeah.
there's enough that everyone could comfortably get one.
Oh, I was more curious, like, how do we replenish these things after? Because they're awesome.
You go and buy more. All right. So you guys get your rest. We'll also kind of do part of this at the beginning of thing next time. You share some apricots. You do your preparations for things, and as you guys are talking in front of the door about entering into the lab, one of the destroyer golems kind of pulls out of the repair bay. It's still pretty heavily damaged, so it kind of like slowly saunters over, and then you see it pause. It put its arm up on the wall, and you see the center cavity of the thing sort of open up, and you see a shelf with a bunch of stuff on it that is there. Plucky says through Griffle that personnel entering into the labs should be properly equipped to deal with possible containment breaches. So inside of that little cavity, there is a bunch of stuff.
Ooh.
And it should be listed on the manifest. So this is most of the subcargo for. So it's a greater planar binding manifold is I think the only thing that's not in there. Let me double check. Dude.
Face
So-
slaughter weapon.
Yes. So there are where is I thought I had them on here, but apparently I'm being blind. Bivalent compact and power. There we go. So I think the greater planar binding manifold is the thing that's installed in the lab. Yes. So that is not in the inside of the golem, but the planar binding tools, so the +2 phase slaughter weapons, the greater dimensional restraints ×2, which are the dimensional shackles, the potions of wild speak, and the 3 prepared leyline wardings, the 3 crystals that are against wild outsiders, so set to Fey basically, are the scroll of protections.
Oh.
Right, is this in a list somewhere? I'm not seeing it.
In the channel superstitions end, if you go to the pinned message at the very top, it has the full list of everything.
Yes.
And about halfway down, you'll see. So the first, so there's different posts, right? So the first post, the second post, so about halfway down, there's greater planar binding manifold. Do you see that?
Yes.
So if you follow those links to the right, that tells you what those things are.
Oh, okay.
So the planar binding manifold, the planar binding tools, the greater dimensional restraints, potion of wild speak, and the prepared leyline wardings. That list of stuff is what's inside of this creature, other than the planar binding manifold, which is inside of the room. So effectively what I'm going to do is if you choose to use one of the phase slaughter weapons, because that's one of the big pieces here, I will make a macro for you guys to be able to use it so it's easier, so you don't have to like recreate all your buttons. But if you use a weapon, or if you can cast through a weapon that is also an implement like a staff or something like that, then you can use the phase slaughter weapons. And yeah, I think probably what we'll end up doing is ending it for there, just so that we can have everyone here for the explanation of and the big entrance into lab 2. Does anyone have anything else they want to do at the end of session that's not, before you guys go into the labs, that you don't necessarily think that we need everybody else here for?
No, I was just going to try and figure out the apricots, but I think that might be best next game anyway. Figure out who needs them and who wants to use the healing surges. Also, I don't see them on the ship's manifest. I'm probably just blind and missing them.
The 16 blood apricots. So superstitions end that same thing where you just saw the rituals. If you look down very slightly, there's 16 blood apricots remaining.
Oh, okay. I'm in the actual ship's manifest on roll 20.
The ship's manifest on roll 20 should also have them. It is in the medical bay, which is 1 barrel of 20 blood fruit, which you guys have used 4 of so far. So
Got it. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, 1 barrel, 20 blood fruit. I was looking for apricots. Got it. Yeah, we should figure that out next round. I mean, I don't mind using 6 healing surges. It'll still leave me with 5, so I could do for everyone, or we can split it up.
Cool.
For the leyline wardings, do we know what level they are?
I'm almost positive I have that set up here. Let me look. Leyline wardings. So they are I'm almost positive it's the second version. But let me double check.
Level 10? Okay.
Yep, the level version. I don't think that matters. Does the level matter? Hang on.
Yeah, because it only affects creatures as long as the level is equal to or lower to the
Lower. Yeah, so it's level 10.
cool. And so I still am charged up from the table for the magic circle, right?
Yeah, for a little bit.
For like
Yeah, but-
another day.
Yeah, like 63 hours. So
Yeah, something like that.
Oh wow, those scrolls of protection are actually really powerful.
They're very good.
yeah, I mean they're pretty serious business.
Why didn't we use something like that to go into the other lab?
Because Morin told us it was totally safe.
Yeah,
will say-
Morin.
I will make a
And-
note. The utility power, the scroll of protection, only lasts until you attack.
Mhm.
Mm.
If
Still,
you-
if we had one person just standing around like not attacking and just keeping things at bay, and then everyone else attacks, that might be a good tactic.
yeah, I mean they are still very good for those types of purposes. But just making sure it's clear that
Yeah.
And so what's special about the face slaughter weapons? Just that they're +2?
so they're +2 face slaughter weapons. Do you see what face slaughter weapon does?
I'm not seeing that in the list.
They're
It does
called
more
planar
damage to
binding
Fey
tools.
creatures on a crit, and it stops them from teleporting when you hit them.
It's
Yeah,
called
so-
a planar binding tool on the manifest.
Oh, the
Uh,
1d10 damage per plus against Fey creatures. So it'd actually be 2d10 damage.
Yes.
Correct. So do 2d10 damage on crits against fey creatures, and whenever you hit them, they can't teleport.
And
which
it
is
gives
the
it
thing they like
plus
to do.
2 to attack and damage rolls base, right?
Yeah, and +2 to
Yeah.
attack and damage rolls base.
Yeah, that might be handy then.
And then the greater dimensional restraints are also in there, but I mean, you can sort of see what these things are designed to do, right? Like the dimensional shackles, which is the greater dimensional restraints. Creature held by these shackles is restrained and can't teleport or be teleported, and escaping it requires a DC 35 acrobatics check.
Granted, shouldn't the ship block all teleportation if Griffle says they can't teleport?
Yeah,
Should, yeah. I mean, the weapons still seem good. I would definitely take one of those weapons, I think. I think it might be better than the flail in this case.
okay. I mean, it can be a flail as well, but
Oh, okay, well, if it can be, that'd be good, because I still get my expertise and all that.
yeah. So the face slaughter enchantment can be put on whatever mundane thing you would like to put it on. So if you wanted a face slaughter flail or whatever, but the only thing I would like to keep in mind is the fact that you only have 2 of these. Or no, you got 5 of these. Never mind. You got 5 of these and 2 of the restraints. So if there's probably going to be one person that can't take it, and I think they would give 1 pure implement user, so it doesn't really matter. But so Phil probably doesn't want it,
I do not.
but
I want
everybody
it.
else too.
Would I? Could I could put that on an orb?
You can't put it on an orb. It'd have to be on a staff.
Oh, but then so I took orb expertise and all that stuff.
So you basically be at I think -2 to hit.
Yeah. So I probably wouldn't take it.
Okay. It's not like you have to, but it's more
Yeah.
along lines. You go to go in this door, and the golem's like, all right, if you go inside, you know, these are the things that the people that work here would use. So
Yeah. Gotcha.
anything else that you guys wanted to go over before we wrap up session?
Not for
Sound like
me.
enough. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't actually do the planning for dates at the beginning of session because I knew Blake was not going to be here, and so it kind of seemed weird to plan dates when
Sure.
we're
I'm going to stop the recording, though, before we do the date.
Sure. Go ahead.